this callback function. Now the code will reach the next line and it will start to run the for loop. Whenever the file is read, the control will reach back to this function. That is exactly what we did in the last class. ये सबको याद है? Everyone understands this from the last class. These functions are called callback functions, and what we are doing over here is an asynchronous function call of ensuring कि whenever the file is read, उसके थोड़ी देर बाद ही जाके contents get printed, and in the meanwhile the JavaScript thread is doing other things. अब ये नहीं समझ आया? That means you have not gone through the last class. Maybe you have gone through the last class, you have not done the assignments. 90% understood, 10% did not. For the 10%, this we have covered in the last class fairly well. So please go through the last class before you'll probably be able to digest this. For everyone else, what was a promise? An object that represents the eventual completion of an asynchronous operation and its resulting value. ये भी तो कुछ ऐसा ही दिख रहा है. A function that represents the either eventual completion of fs.read file, or if there's an error, then it returns you an error also. Promise भी यही था. A promise is an object that represents the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation. Callback looks like the same thing. A callback function is a function that sort of represents either the eventual completion or failure of the read file asynchronous operation. तो देखा जाए तो promises are sort of an alternate to using callback functions. Before 2014, promises did not exist also. Callbacks were the only way to do asynchronous operations. After 2015, promises were introduced as an alternate. कि आपको ऐसे read करना है, आप ऐसे read कर लो. But there is another way to read files, which is the promisified way, which is a little, better, more readable, bunch of benefits as to why you might want to use promises over callbacks. So promises are sort of an alternate of using callbacks, slightly more modern syntax, and comes with a bunch of benefits, but does the same thing. Definition looks very similar. What a promise does is the same thing as what a callback does. Promises are used to handle asynchronous operations more effectively than traditional callback functions, providing a cleaner and more manageable way to deal with code that executes asynchronously, such as reading a file, doing a database call, doing an API call, clocks, if you remember, set timeout. Just a better way to do the same thing. Now the question is, how do you write a promise? How do you use a promise? So isme, what did we write at the top? Calling a promise is easy. Defining your own promise is where things get hard. So we'll start with the easy thing. There is a function that I have written over here. You can take this function as a black box. मतलब आपको इसका content नहीं समझ आ रहा तो कोई issue नहीं है. Feel free to take this function that I have. You can take this function as a black. ब्लैक बॉक्स, मतलब आपको इसका कंटेंट नहीं समझ आ रहा तो कोई इशू नहीं है. Feel free to take this function that I have written as to call a callback function after a few seconds. Console.log program runs. So what code will you write? You will write code like this. You don't need to write this. I hope this part from the last class we remember. If you want to call a function like callback, or if you want to print hi there on the screen, after 5 seconds of starting the program, then the code looks something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi there has been printed. Is set timeout a synchronous operation or an asynchronous operation? Let me do a poll. Select yes if you think it is a synchronous operation. Select no if you think it is an asynchronous operation. Select yes if you think set timeout is a synchronous operation. Select no if you think set timeout is an asynchronous operation. Yes if synchronous, no if asynchronous. Wow, our fundamentals are super weak at this point. 30% selected yes, which is the incorrect answer. Set timeout में आप एक क्लॉक को चालू कर रहे हो और कह रहे हो कि 5 सेकंड बाद इस फंक्शन को कॉल करना. सेट टाइम आउट में आप एक क्लॉक को चालू कर रहे हो और कह रहे हो कि 5 सेकंड बाद इस फंक्शन को कॉल करना. इन दोज 5 सेकंड्स you might want कि यार नीचे कुछ कोड है जो मैं रन कर लूं, right? That was exactly what the definition of callback function or asynchronous operations was. यहां पे लिखा भी था that executes asynchronously such as API calls, file IO और timers. यहां पे लिखा भी था कि timers are asynchronous operations. Still 30% thought timers are synchronous operations. When you call set timeout, ऐसा थोड़ी है thread यहां अटक जाता है. The thread moves on to the next line of code where you might be doing whatever. CTR equal to CTR plus I. And then console.log CTR. Something like this. ऐसा थोड़ी है कि यहां पे thread will get stuck and then after hi there gets printed, only after that the for loop will run. No. What would the output of this be? Option yes. The yes option is the output would be the counter, which is whatever. What's the sum from whatever 500 followed by hi there. Option no is the output would be पहले hi there then 500. Which is whatever. What's the sum from whatever 500 followed by hi there. Option no is the output would be पहले hi there then 500. When I run this program, will counter get printed first or will hi there get printed first? Let's do a poll and see how many of us are able to understand this one. If I run this program, what gets printed first? Is it the counter variable or is it hi there? Select yes if you think it is the counter variable. Select no if you think it is hi there. या तो आप लोग मजाक कर रहे हो या किसी को कुछ समझ नहीं आया भाई. 75% selected the right answer, which was console.log counter. 25% selected the wrong answer. मतलब 25% लोगों को कुछ then asynchronous function call. This is exactly what we did last week when we were on this website. Script asynchronous architecture here. While the P, the set timeout like here, step 3. As you can see on the left, even though the callback function hi there is ready to be printed, it will not get printed until the JavaScript thread sort of became free by logging counter and then hi there got printed. So the right answer was पहले counter print होगा, this one right here, and then the callback version, which was the only way.
Energy 5000.
way to define set timeouts, or probably still the only way to, create a clock in JavaScript that runs a function after 3 seconds. There is a new syntax to do the same thing now, and that is called the promisified syntax. अगर आपको कॉल बैक वाले तरीके से सेट टाइम आउट कॉल करना है तो ऐसे करें. इफ यू वांट टू कॉल इट यूजिंग द मोर मॉडर्न सिंटेक्स, देन दिस इज व्हाट द सिंटेक्स लुक्स लाइक. द ओनली थिंग इज दिस इज नॉट अ ग्लोबल फंक्शन दैट इज अवेलेबल टू यू. इस फंक्शन एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है ये जावास्क्रिप्ट में. सेट टाइम आउट डज एग्जिस्ट एज अ global variable. If I write in my JavaScript console set timeout, it is a function. I can call set timeout. Set timeout promisified is not a function that exists, but if it did existed, it would look something like this. That is why I said, इसको अभी के लिए एक बार black box ले लो. Take this as a black box, whatever is happening inside. Just paste it in your function, in your वो, and just close it. इसके अंदर कुछ तो होता है. Assume this function is accessible to you globally, and JavaScript just something and call set. Syntax looks like text. There is a new syntax to do the same thing now, and called set. timeout like this in the callback version, which was the only way to define set timeout, or probably still the only way to, create a clock in JavaScript that runs a function after 3 seconds. There is a new syntax to do the same thing now, and that is called the promisified syntax. That is called the promisified syntax. अगर आपको callback वाले तरीके से set timeout call करना है तो ऐसे करें. If you want to call it using the more modern syntax, then this is what the syntax looks like. The only thing is, this is not a global function that is available to you. इस function exist नहीं करता है JavaScript में. Set timeout does exist as a global variable. If I write in my JavaScript console set timeout, it is a function. I can call set timeout. Set timeout promisified is not a function that exists, but if it did existed, it would look something like this. That is why I said, इसको अभी के लिए एक बार black box ले लो. Take this as a black box, whatever is happening inside. Just paste it in your function, in your, whatever is happening inside. Just paste it in your function, in your, and just close it. इसके अंदर कुछ paste it in your function, in your, and just close it. इसके अंदर कुछ तो होता है. Assume this function is accessible to you globally, and JavaScript just gave you a set timeout promisified function. It did not, because when JavaScript was introduced, there were no promises, and hence there was only the set timeout function that we currently use. Set timeout promisified has not been added to the JavaScript spec as of yet, and hence we can define it ourselves. How it is defined is a little complicated. We'll come to it, but देखा जाए तो मोटा मोटा I'm just creating a new object of the promise class and then returning that object of the promise class. If I call set timeout promisified with how many seconds के बाद मुझे इस function को call करना है, and then I write dot then कि यार जब 3 सेकंड हो जाएं और this clock is finished, then call this function. Or you can write it like this: function callback console.log. Hi there. That is the simplest syntax of calling a promisified async function. What were we doing before? A callback based async function we were calling. What are we doing now? We are calling a promisified async function. How it became promisified, उस पे बाद में आएंगे. Assuming this is a black box, do we understand the syntactical difference? This is how you call set timeout without promises. This is how you call set timeout promisified with promises. Callback function एक ही है. ऐसे भी कॉल कर सकते हो, ऐसे भी कॉल कर सकते हो. क्या कोई फर्क है? कोई फर्क नहीं. They are both calling it asynchronously. They are both equally performant. But this is traditionally considered to be better syntax. ऐसा कहा जाता है ये better syntax है. It's still debatable, if this is more readable or this is more readable. But this is what you would expect modern JavaScript code to be written like. This is how code was written until 2015. Set timeout is something that is still written like this only, but most other asynchronous operations that were mentioned in the slide, for example, API calls or file IO or database calls, are something that you usually write like this now and not like this. What is the difference? देखा जाए तो मोटा मोटा यहाँ पे the function is called with the callback function and bunch of other arguments. यहाँ पे the function is called with the other arguments, and then you say dot then callback. कि यार जब ये चीज हो जाएगी तब ये callback कर दो. ये कुछ special syntax है? Is this like some special syntax? No. Set timeout promisified returns you an object of the promise class. ये तो हमें याद है. It returns you an object of the promise class. So most probably, whoever has defined the promise class, in there has a dot then function defined like this. Just like we had defined, a rectangle class. And other than the constructor and everything else, what was there? There was a area method in there. And similarly, whoever has defined the promise class, that person has said कि कभी भी कोई promise होगा अगर, तो उसमें dot then function available है. Just like I can do this, right? New rectangle 200 300 dot area. I can sort of call dot area on a rectangle class. Similarly, I can call dot then on a object of the promise class. Just like I can call dot area on the object of a rectangle class, I can call dot then on the object of a promise class. So promise class, for the people who are writing, needs to look something like this. Of course, it will have a constructor, and maybe other than the constructor, it will have these two methods. We'll come to the catch method soon. But क्या ये syntax हमसे पढ़ा जा रहा है? Do we understand how we move from slightly bad syntax to slightly maybe better syntax? Again, debatable if it is better or not. But अगर कोई आपको बोले एक asynchronous promisified function को call करो, this is how you would call it. You will not pass callback as an argument. You will pass the other arguments and then do a dot then callback. We can also write, let's write the promisified version of fs.read file also. अभी तक how are we doing it? fs.read file a.txt, utf-8, and then a call. Let's define it separately. That's how I was doing a non-promisified fs.read file. Ideally, you should use the error variable as well. If there is an error, you should log that here. Error while reading the file. Why would there be an error? Maybe I'm writing a file that does not exist. There is no a12.txt here. So if I run this function with a12.txt, it will still call the callback, but it will give me an error. Okay, bhai, ye file exists nahi. But if there is no error, then I will print data on the screen.
That's this 50.
And we're live. Hello all, hello world. This is day 180 of studying compilers every day until I land a compiler role. I'm a little bit sleepy, so I think we can look at that. And this should just like stop. This should just like stop everything.
Error or might return you a data. A common question at this point is कि पहले error बाद में data क्यों? पहले data बाद में error क्यों नहीं? And the answer is whoever wrote fs.read file wrote it in a way कि जब भी file read होगी, whenever the file is read, the callback function will be called with error first, data second. So if I call this, if I run this, what do you expect to see? You of course see error while reading the file. It says fs is not defined. Let me define it at the top. Fs. Now if I call this, you expect to see an error. Or you expect to see error while reading the file because this file doesn't exist. Error while reading the file. But if I pass it a write file that does exist, it prints high there on the screen, which is the contents of this file. So hopefully it is clear what this is. क्या ये code सबसे पढ़ा जा रहा है? Everyone understands and can read this code. Let's do a poll. Because next we're going to write the promisified version of this code, and look at the promisified version of this code. Very common interview question that I ask from time to time is convert fs.read file to its promisified version. So if eventually the benchmark for an interview is going to be, if someone is, if I'm interviewing you, one common question I ask is write the promisified version of fs. Fs read file promisified को लिखो. Unfortunately, fs library was written back in the day, and the only function it exposed was read file. It did not expose इसका promisified version. तो हम खुद से लिख सकते हैं. How you write it again is like a little hard, which is why I don't expect you to know this yet, and I don't expect anyone to also basically take this as a black box for now. We can take
The file path. Come on. So we basically have the file path. Right. We basically have the file path. Come on. Let's say front, right.
this as a black box for now, but eventually you should learn how these are written also. File path, encoding, callback, and then return new promise. fs.read file, file path, encoding. This is like a very good litmus test of who has done a lot of JavaScript coding. Is if you asked them to create the promisified version of FS, were they able to create it? Were they able to create it right? Again, I don't expect anyone to understand this yet. You can take this as a black box. Let me paste it in chat or in Notion, so you guys can just copy it from there. Just refresh the slides, you should see it. Which one is it? It is this slide right here. Let me also add this, a function called fs file promisified. So if I now If you refresh this page, you should see this code on your side as well. You don't have to understand yet what this code does. So you can take this as a black box. But how will you call it? fs read file promisify कैसे call होगा? fs.read file कैसे call होता था? It took the content, the file name, the encoding, and the callback as an input. As you move from callback based functions to promise based functions, you pass the rest of the arguments correctly, same only. But callback is not the third argument. You write something like this, dot then callback. कि यार इसको पढ़ो, read this file, this encoding. If everything goes well, call this callback function. But a small detail, the way promises made our lives easier, or the reason it's a better syntax is because you can actually do something like this. कि यार dot then callback function call करो. अगर सब सही रहा, callback function call करो, और callback function exact data के साथ call होगा. If everything went well, so you can take this as a black box. But how will you call it? fs read file promise yet what this code does. fs.read file कैसे call होता था? It took the content, the file name, does the rest of the arguments correctly, same only. But callback is not the third argument. You write something like this, dot then callback. कि यार इसको पढ़ो, read this file, this encoding. If everything goes well, call this callback function. But a small detail, the way promises made our lives easier, or the reason it's a better syntax is because you can actually do something like this. कि यार dot then callback function call करो. अगर सब सही रहा, callback function call करो, और callback function exact data के साथ call होगा. If everything went well, then call callback with the right data. But if something went wrong, then call callback error, let's say. Another function कि यार कुछ गलत हो गया. If something went wrong, then a different function gets called. Function callback, error that you can define. कि भाई something went wrong, कुछ तो गलती हो गई. तो यहाँ पे you can define कि error while reading the file. अगर कुछ गलत हो जाता है, if everything is good, it will always be called with the right data. You will not get error and data अलग से. If you want, you can totally change this function to something like this, and now you will, the callback will get called with error and data. But generally, the standard practice is कि अगर एक promiseified function call हुई है, then if everything goes well, it will call the first function that you passed in dot then. If something goes wrong, then it will not call whatever you passed in dot then. It will call whatever you passed in dot catch. कि भाई कुछ गलती हो गई, error को catch करो. Whenever you call a promiseified version of any asynchronous function call, if you call a promise, or if you call a promiseified function, you can give it two callbacks, a success callback and an error callback. कि सब सही रहा तो ये call हो जाएगा, कुछ गलत रहा तो ये call हो जाएगा. How is it happening? It's defined in this function. You don't have to understand this function yet. If you use it as a black box, we're able to call this function with the right arguments. If everything goes well, callback gets called, something goes back, callback, error gets called. Let's confirm it. When I call it with a.txt, what do we expect a file that it does? If there was one that was written, the arguments minus the callback. Callback pass nahi karna hai. We are actually moving from callback based asynchronous function calls to promise based asynchronous function calls, which is why you call fs read promisify dot then सबसे रहा ये call हुआ dot catch कुछ गलत हुआ ये call. This is the syntax of calling a promiseified function. Defining a promiseified function, whole different discussion. Calling a promiseified function happens like this. Rather than passing callback जिसमें दो arguments है error और data, you say dot then ये dot catch. It isn't rocket science. Effectively, what this returns you, if you notice here, is an object of a class. Effectively तो वही हो रहा है. Just like I can do let p equal to new rectangle, I am doing let p equal to new promise. I am returning the promise from here. So effectively what I am getting is an object of that promise. So that basically means that on which I am calling dot then dot catch. What does that tell you? That tells you there is a promise class that probably has a constructor, has a then method, has a catch method. That is exactly why I can call dot then on it or dot catch on it. So do we understand how to call a promiseified async function? Not how to write one, but how to call one. Let me do a poll. %84 understood. maybe 3% understood. I'll try to answer a few questions from Q&A. Then I will proceed to the next section. So please focus on creating promises, consuming promises, easier part. I know, but like only 84% understood. Itna. I can discuss creating promises later, but not that easy. Any questions related to the class? थोड़े इधर के questions हैं.
In this video, we'll be looking at the lazy Vim recording, but if I zoom out a little, you'll see something more like what you would see. A lazy Vim, and as I name the variables as more than from the type. Okay. And when we use our new function, say hello. Here. Let's
plugins, and then those LSP plugins can be managed by Mason, and Mason makes use of fuzzy
What's your favorite language? I don't have a favorite language. I'm too old for that shit. I think at this point in my life, if I were to start a startup, I would say Go is my favorite language now. Let me clarify why I think Go ultimately is better than Rust for being productive and making software. Where I think that there's two different places where Rust and Go shine. I think where Rust really shines, and it really does a better job than Go, is when you have a defined structure input, either synchronous or asynchronous calls all flowing in, and you can do a series of pretty much pure functions, like really treat it like a functional transform, really great iterator support, like best-in-class string handling and parsing, everything. This is where Rust shines. And then out the other side, right? This is where I think it shines. But all of these things are extremely, when I say pure, I mean like you really don't have state in your application. It's all held. And any state you have, you can just make it straight up static in a one cell or something like that. Do you see what I'm saying? And so it's like very, 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 very simple. Now, where I think Go shines, it's gonna be a little bit hard to understand this one. I think it shines for everything else. You need some global state? Not a problem. You don't want global state? Not a problem. They both do the things right, which is, one, no inheritance. No inheritance. Not allowed, right? Not allowed. We're not going to allow that, okay? This is great. You know, they both have a very similar feel with traits versus interfaces, right? They're very, very similar. It's just that the thing I don't like, the one thing I'd knock against Go, if I had one thing that I could change about Go, it's that they need an option type. Honestly, they need an option type, and then, of course, the corresponding result type, right? That's pretty much my big gripes against Go is option type, and I want syntax to handle errors, right? Like, I want the very simple case of try, function, and that's that. Pattern matching, I don't even think that is that amazing, honestly. I think pattern matching is really, really good if you have the right utilities for it. I don't think it'd be amazing in Go, honestly. I just don't think it'd be amazing in Go. I don't think you get something out of it that would make the Go dramatically better, because it's not really for Go. I think pattern matching works much, much better in Rust than it would in Go. For Rust, on the other hand, I'm like 50-50 on the borrow checker. There's a lot of great things with the borrow checker, but there's also a huge amount of pain in the asses with the borrow checker. And so I'm like 50-50 on it. There's like, obviously there's like little tricks and rules you have to learn about Go, like interfaces are always pointers. You know, you get the idea. It's not a big deal. They're all pretty simple to kind of get over. Just like any language has its set of rules you just have to learn. So anyone that complains about those kind of things, they're just being weak, right? They're just being stupid and weak. Borrow checker, just copy it. Exactly. I find that if you're doing this, you'll see just a lot of clones because of that. Now, if I'm going to give you a downside, Rust type system I think is inferior to OCaml. So with OCaml and their new lifetimes that they're putting in, OCaml doesn't tie lifetimes to types, and I think that this is the way. Whereas Rust, a line you go and do something. You know, you built this program. It's getting big. You're going to improve our overall program's performance. This will be great. If they still a lot of things. Always be simpler and go. Have a database connection. Just have a simple interface, simple operation. And so I think nil should be like, hey, halt there. Halt is then a zero value of an empty map. I do not
like tell you their darkest secret, which is they wake up every day and they like dream of quitting. Like they have fantasies of quitting every day. Those are people that probably should quit.
This is Michael Seibel with Dalton Caldwell, and today we're talking about how to break out of Fang. I think almost inadvertently, because we talk to so many young technical people, young technical founders and potential founders, we've become experts at career advice, and specifically big tech career advice. We talked about you, Dalton. It's not an expertise I ever wanted to develop at all.
Yeah, I mean, I've never worked at a Fang. Like, this is probably the last thing I'd be interested in talking about with people, but man, we get exposed to lots of this stuff.
And I think what's interesting is that technical founders often misunderstand the value they can get out of Fang. And misunderstand is an understatement. They grossly misunderstand what value they can extract from a Fang job and what value they can't extract. I think mostly because a lot of founders are mixed in with other people with different motivations, right? Most people want to be managers or employees. I think a lot of founders have friends who want to be managers and employees, and they kind of like see those people attracted to Fang, and they assume all those things apply to them as well. Whereas, you know, as we both know, the founder path is quite different than the employee path.
Yeah, it's funny. I remember when I was in undergrad, a lot of the recruiters, the people that had the most recruiters and the best recruiters, try to create cachet. I remember, you know, when I was in school, it was all around management consulting, was the high status, cool jobs to get. And it was a certain kind of person that would like fall for that like working at McKinsey or Accenture or something was like the cool thing to do. And what's funny is at the time, Google was like an 80-person startup and they were trying to recruit on campus. But it was like,
nobody cared.
Do you want to be different? Like it was exactly the opposite brand of what Google is now, because it was just kind of a grubby little startup. But the point is, it's easy to look at folks that employ the most recruiters and use that as your basis. Like whoever has the best booth at the career fair, whoever gets out the coolest stuff, and make your selection that way, right? If that's the criteria you use to select what college to go to, which is like, oh, whatever has the best rankings, you look at the best career rankings for where to work after college, and that's going to drive you towards, you know, Google, Facebook, whatever, right? It's not crazy. I get why this happens.
And if you want to be an employee or a manager in a large tech company, that's great. Like, that's correct. In fact, I'd argue all those guides are written for you, and it makes sense to write guides for you because you're the vast majority of people. The problem is, what should the founders do? What should the potential founders do? What should the future founders do?
People that are curious, founder-curious people. The people that might want to maybe, they're like, oh, I think that'd be cool. What's their move? Exactly.
So let's start with some of the assumptions that we hear from these potential/future founders about why working at Fang right out of college or soon thereafter makes sense. Why it's and it never presented us to us as like it's a pretty good opportunity. It's always presented to me at least as like, oh, of course it's essential. It's an essential part.
Yeah,
of
they state a fact. They're stating facts.
Yeah, it's like we must work. So here's the first one we hear a lot. Before I start a company, I want to get experience working on the hardest technical problems at the largest scale, and Fang is the only place in the world to do this. What do you think, Dalton?
That's just quoting the recruiter. you're reading what the recruiter's line is. I mean, look, most people that get most jobs at Fang, when you talk to them after they have the job, if they're, you know, get a couple beers in them, they're working on some bullshit ad server. They're working on like one pixel on one corner of one thing. They're working on some project that's gonna get killed. Like again, if you're someone that's like a good enough programmer to get hired to work on some deep technical infrastructure at Google, then this line is true. But most folks that I talk to, at least, kind of have what is like a shitty job, but it's been presented and branded to them as a very cool thing. And again, this is marketing. Like they want you to take the job, they want you to keep the job, and someone's got to do all the crappy ad server work, right? Someone's got to. And so if you actually look at the numbers, way more folks that you meet that work at a Fang job have the equivalent of like some shitty ad server like buttons or translated into foreign languages or something, just like the worst job.
Android settings page.
Than the people that are working on the core search infrastructure of Google, which again, that actually sounds really cool. And that is working on hard technical problems at a large scale. You know, so I think you just want to be honest about what the job actually is and not just quote the recruiter.
Well, and let's be clear, the way that you actually learn what the job is you talk to someone doing it, you don't talk to the recruiter. Like, I think maybe people don't quite understand how the entire job of the recruiter and the number one way they get paid, promoted, everything is convincing you to sign up.
Yeah, they get comped per person. It's like a car salesman. They don't make money if they don't sell a car. If you don't sign on the dotted line, they're not getting paid.
The next one is, Dalton, and this is a little more vague. Like, it's going to be easier for me to be successful in my startup. I'm going to learn important lessons I can apply to my startup if I work for a while at Fang, right? Because the lessons I learned at a big company can directly apply to my early stage startup, right? Isn't that how it works?
Look, I think in some situations, folks that are really green can learn a lot about working on a team and having a manager, learning about how corporations work, learning about politics. It's a great way to learn about politics. But you'd be surprised at how many founders that we talk to will tell you that nothing they did in their job translates at all to their startup. Like, could not be less relevant versus their college coursework was more relevant. Isn't that weird? Like, and it's because in a lot of things you have so much tooling. Again, I'm talking about programs here, but you have so much infrastructure inside of Google or Facebook to do your job, and they have their own way of doing code reviews. Like, there's just all this stuff. So when you start a startup and you have none of it, and you're starting from scratch, you're like, wait, what happened to all those tools I was used to using in Bigtable and BigQuery and all, whatever you had?
Yes.
And you're dependent on those tools. And so it's a lot more like doing a college project again, where you kind of have, there's no tooling, there's no infrastructure, you have to create everything from scratch. And so again, what's funny is like, you learn a lot of stuff, but a lot of what you learn is how to use the tools of the Fang, which you don't get to use when you don't work there anymore. You know what I'm saying? This is a very programmer-centric point, but like,
Yes.
I've seen founders run into this problem a lot.
The way that I would say this slightly differently is that I think when you work on Fang, founders find that there's more they have to unlearn. Whereas like college wasn't actually set up to help them get products out in the wild, but it didn't give them a whole process that they can't use with their startup. Whereas like in many ways, the big companies give them a whole process that is just completely irrelevant for when you're doing a company. And so you have to unlearn. I've worked with so many Google engineers who are just like, their standard for getting a product into even beta at Google is 10x what an MVP in a startup is. And they just have to unlearn. It's like, can anyone find this useful? Launch. And I've had to fight with founders on that, where it's like, oh, well, this would never see the light of day at Google. It's like, yeah, that's not the standard. Okay, here's another one, right? Well, VCs, they care, right? Like, if VCs get, like, we all know that Google engineers can just raise a Series A, can raise $5 to $10 million, like, with almost nothing, right? Like, this is my path to getting funded.
I mean, it depends on, certainly, depending on your resume, it could be helpful, right? It's a good brand name to have. So I don't think that's false, but I think at some point, the more time you spend there, what was once a good positive signal could turn into a negative one. Again, I can't speak for all investors, but at some point, you lose the shininess of getting that validation, as well as what team you're on and all this other good stuff. And so, I think there's some truth to that, is what I'm saying, but like, if you stay there for 8 years, that doesn't apply anymore. You kind of have to get out to get the benefit of it.
I also think there's this weird feeling. I think people will read TechCrunch and see, oh, these Google people are getting funded, and then kind of assume VCs are like walking the halls, like being like, engineer, here's term sheet. The flow that you walk through to work to like go to MIT and be a CS major and then get employed at Facebook is nothing like the flow you'd walk through to go from a Facebook engineer to raising money. Like, these are not the same flow. I think people really mistake those.
This is one of my big talking points that founded in the batch, which is you don't read about the unsuccessful fundraisers. And so if all you read is the successful fundraisers, it looks like everyone is raising and every Google engineer is raising because we just never hear about the ones that didn't happen. And so handing out, where to Google? Like, yeah.
Isn't there a special door, A16? You just walk in that door, present your Google credentials, and money. Maybe not.
Well, that's the thing. There's a lot of Google employees and ex-Googlers now. Do the math. It doesn't pencil out.
Let's talk about the trap, right? So these are a lot of assumptions that future founders have. Let's talk about the other side. What's the company trying to do, right? And I think this is something that I hear a lot, where the company is trying to retain you. And trying is not the right word. The company has engineered and iterated a system over oftentimes a decade plus to retain you. And when you sign that piece of paper, you have to understand you're going into the same retention flow, or a retention flow built by a company that often is trying to retain users of its product. Like, it's really good.
It's highly gamified. It's highly gamified. Oh, I can get my next level, Michael. I want to get my next level upgrade, and then I unlock my booster pack, founder, blah, 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 share, reward, and then I get level 14. Like,
yeah. And one of the things that I see that founders don't realize is how the fans will do this around equity. So here's a story that founders will tell me, right? I'm going to get in, some kind of signing bonus, I'm going to feel good. Some kind of start, I'm going to feel good. Some kind of equity package, I'm going to feel good. I'm well compensated. This is great. And then I'm going to get, but of course that equity is vesting over 4 years, right? Like, you own that equity a little bit of time over 4 years. So that's the first part of the trap, right? It's like if you leave, you say goodbye to that money. The second part of the trap is that if you're good, 6 months in, you get another chunk of equity, but it's vesting over 4 years. So think about it. You've been there for 6 months, but there's disproportionately more money that you haven't invested yet, which incentivizes you to stay a little bit longer.
This is a dark pattern. It's a loss aversion, which is people do if you give someone something and then threaten to take it away, they will irrationally value it to avoid a loss. Versus they never had to begin with, they won't do it. Again, Google this, loss aversion is a thing. So there's a lot of stacked loss aversion around vesting.
Especially because founders will think of it as their savings. And this is the second part of the trap, right? You're around a lot of people who want to be employees and managers, not founders. Oftentimes they're upstyling their lifestyle. Nicer apartment, car, nicer vacation, because they want to be in this world. They're not looking to save money to start their company, right? And so the people around you start spending money, especially because they see that vesting equity as almost savings. So bam, you're not saving money because you're going on Instagram vacations. Bam, you continue to get these little equity bonuses that vest over 4 years. If they can keep you spending your entire salary, and if they can keep the money that you haven't invested yet larger than the amount of money that you have in your savings by like 2 to 3x, you never leave. Like your brain, like a rational human says, don't leave.
Yeah. And again, where's this coming from? We talk to these people, and they're like, yeah, I hate my life, but this is the setup. Like, explain this to us. Is like the reason they can't do the thing they want to do. It's kind of sad to talk to someone who's like, they lay all this stuff out for us, and they're like, and therefore, you know, I can never do a startup.
And they're like 25, and it's like, and this is how the math works out. I can't. I'm not free. I can't do it. In many ways, this is a defensive tactic to warehouse talent out of the fear that maybe someone else can use you in a way that can hurt the company. Whereas if they warehouse you on the Android setups team.
Yeah, think about it. It's like speculative science projects that get axed and that never ship. Like, I saw that Facebook built some kind of silicon, they built a chip, and then they were like, no, never mind. And like, they never shipped the thing that probably dozens of people spent years of their life on. I saw that PayPal had some kind of research lab, they just laid everyone off this week. Like, basically, if you're not on the core thing, you have no promises that your work will ever turn anything. And how bad does it feel to spend 5 or 6 years and just, oh yeah, we were in the Moonshots group. They decided not to do our thing. They shut down our group. That sucks.
And oftentimes that's the thing that got you to sign, right? That was the thing. Oh, like I would have never worked on the normal thing. It was the Moonshot. So if you're if you're technical and you feel like you're getting trapped here, Dalton, like how do you know it's time to get out? Like how do you know, like, okay, like, or even if you see a friend in this situation, how do you know it's time to tell them, like, hey, think about breaking up?
I think for the people that I talk to, which again, it's probably not a representative set of the average. It's probably the people that are more disgruntled. But to the extent that you have conversations where it's like talking to someone that's like an alcoholic and it's like, I gotta stop drinking, like I can't do this anymore. Like I'm not trying to be funny, but it's like when someone's just like, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm still doing it and I can't stop. If I hate my life, like if that sounds like you or your friend talking about your job at Facebook, that's probably a good sign you maybe shouldn't do it anymore. And the actual tactical thing to do is keep your personal burn low so you can do it and not get hooked on the money with all this gamification we talked about, and realize you can always come back. If you're a good programmer, if you're a good programmer and you leave in a nice way, no matter what happens to you, you can come back. There's actually not that much loss you have to take. And so versus the people that are like, no, this is cool, I like my life. Yeah, stay there, right? This message is not for you. But we all know these people that want to just like tell you their darkest secret, which is they wake up every day and they like dream of quitting, like they have fantasies of quitting every day. Those are people that probably should quit.
And it's interesting because we're probably talking to like 1% of the developers at FANG companies. Like 1%. For like 99% of developers at FANG companies are relevant. This is not relevant.
Yeah, this is not for you. We're not trying to argue, right? We're just saying, though, if you know someone that's deeply unhappy because of the decisions they're making, they can just make different decisions.
You can tell them that. You can break the spell. So to wrap up, right? Like the FANG optimization. I think there's a couple kind of takeaways here. Like I think the first one is that like if you're technical and you want to be a founder, and you decide that FANG is the right part for you, the right path for you, at least to start. A couple things to be thinking about. One is how long you're going to stay, right? Like how can you stay for long enough to get the value without getting trapped? So if you get trapped, your plan goes to shit. It sounds like the second one you were touching on this. Like don't work on projects that will like make you hate your life, make you hate tech, like cause you to decide to just become like a nomad who roams like, you know, weird beaches in Southeast Asia. Like we know these people. Like
yeah, like I know a lot of ex-Facebook people who kind of like feel that they did evil and they made money doing it and they seem pretty unhappy about it. They're not happy about the work that they did in the universe. And
money, you're trying to get this on your resume. Have a plan for what you're trying to accomplish by taking one of these jobs and a plan for when you want to leave.
What is the benefit of using? There's no clear benefit other than, I mean, we'll discuss a few downsides of callbacks and upsides of promises very soon. But I prefer promises. The website is called this right here, latentflip.com. Any questions related to promises, abhi tak? Doing, you know, fs.read file, a.txt, you know, some UTF-8, and not passing a callback function or passing a empty callback function. If you don't call .then, तो वो file को read करेगा. But there is no function it can call to give you the content. So it's the same as doing this. Okay, you fired off a fs.read file call, but you did nothing with the body. That is what happens if you don't call .then. That returns a promise is returning promise class and object of the promise class. You tell me, let p equal to new promise, return p. So what is it returning? Is it returning promise class? Or is it returning an object of the promise class? It is returning an object of the promise class, right? How are you doing data inside callback function of it's not defined? Sorry. How are you using data inside the callback function if it's not defined? Okay. When I do fs.read file, the data variable here, when it is not defined already. Now again, I am just creating a callback. मैंने एक function बना दिया कि जब भी data आएगा इसको call कर देगा. Whenever data gets received, whenever this file gets read, call this function. That is what I have done. I am not done this. Let data equal to whatever like you did or something else. This callback, whenever you will see .then in a lot of places. So if I open this random code, when actually we apply promises in the real world application, you will see them everywhere. I mean, if you open any code base, you will see .then in a lot of places. So if I open this random code base and search for .then, notice यहाँ पे क्या है? Navigator.clipboard.writex .then, and you know, import notion something .then, and you know, fetch request .then. Even this await syntax that you see over here is basically, you know, a way to write promises. Notice this, fetch .then. So you will just see this in many places. A lot of times, or most of the times, you will not have to define them, but you will have to call them. And hence, you need to know how to call a promise after the promise finishes. So you need to know the syntax of calling them because it will be used in many cases when we write bigger projects, smaller projects. If we store the promise in a variable, how does the syntax change? Yeah, it's how you would expect it. Let p equal to something, and then p dot then whatever. If I store the promise in a variable, happening under the hood. Yes, I can after we finish everything else. We'll focus on using promises. We'll not focus on writing our own promises today, most probably. So let's just finish the rest of the things, and then we can see how to write them. Why define two callback functions when you did resolve and reject in this in file promise file? Unfortunately or fortunately, this is considered to be cleaner. कि यार अगर सब सही हुआ तो callback will get called with the right if सब सही रहा तो इस function में I does this ordering matter? Why? That's a little out of my scope question. Promises, I don't know, micro tasks, but promises with micro tasks, and why does this ordering matter? Why? That's a little out of my scope question. Promises, I don't know if all promises are micro tasks, sorry, macro tasks. I think that is true. But I will have to look to answer this question. I will take a screenshot of this. That is a very good question. But I am unsure if promises specifically make certain callback functions macro or not. I don't think that is true though. Every promise, when you're basically calling a promiseified function, in the end you're doing some asynchronous function call like you did before, right? When I wrote set timeout promiseified, one set timeout लिखा हुआ था. When I'm writing fs read file promiseified, in the end I'm calling fs.read file. And hence I think their priority sort of remains the same like it would remain before. What is promise pending? Basically, if you try to log promises, let's say I wrote code like this. Let p equal to something and p dot then and catch. If I do, set interval every 5 seconds or every 500 milliseconds, I log the promise. Something like that. So every, maybe even faster. Yeah, this will always resolve something. But basically, if I log this promise every 500 milliseconds, you will notice. Let me call it with a.txt. It says promise header, which basically means it's telling you promise resolved ho gaya. But if the promise took really long, मतलब ये file बहुत बड़ी थी or whatever, if I add something like this here, it is again irrelevant. But now what I've done is कि यार callback function 5 seconds के बाद ही call होगा. So for the first 5 seconds, the promise will remain unresolved. The promise state would be pending. कि अभी तक promise का dot then call नहीं हुआ है, ना ही dot catch call हुआ है. After 5 seconds, the dot then gets called, hi there gets printed over here. And then the state of the promise moves from pending to resolved. The promise can either be in a pending state or in a resolved state or in an error state. Pending का मतलब है अभी promise resolve ही नहीं हुआ है, promise में काम चल रहा है, the promise is still working. Resolved means everything went good, and error means something went wrong in the promise. So if I do if I read a file that is bad, then the state of the promise would be, let's say I try to read this which doesn't exist, then the promise is sort of rejected. ऐसा कहा जाता है कि promise is in the rejected state. So in this case, notice what gets logged, promise rejected and इस error के साथ reject हुआ. So the promise neither reached this callback nor reached this callback. It is still pending. More questions? Async अभी भी same चीज है, बस promise आना चाहिए. Yes, I know I'm coming back very soon. Can we do sync function to be promiseified? You can, but there's no point of it. Yeah, there's no point of callbacks in a synchronous function. There's no point of a promise in a synchronous function, even though you can always write them. Someone wrote some code and said, please explain this. So let's try to copy it and see if we can paste it. Macro task, micro task, and script end. So if you look, at this code, what do you expect to be printed? There are many answers over here. There is, 1 followed by 2 followed by 3 followed by 4, or it could be 1 followed by 4 followed by 2 followed by 3. It could be 1 followed by 2, bunch of combinations. So here they've written timeout is a macro task and promises, at least the dumb promise resolve, whatever this is a little probably hard to read, but what promise.resolve does is it returns an object of the promise which resolves immediately. Basically promise है जो almost immediately यहाँ पे control को भेज देगा, which is why what you expect to be printed is this followed by this. I would expect 1, 4, and 2 and 3. But now that I've written micro over here, I would hope maybe 3 comes first, 1, 3, 4, 2 comes first. Let's see if we run this asynchronous operations will eventually from the callback queue, get pushed up the chain. But amongst them, what got priority was 3, which was the micro task. So यही कुछ होता है callback queues में there are micro tasks and macro here would be ये क्या लिखा. What that does is what this black box function is doing is it is empty promise which returns this, and what that does is what this black box function is doing is it is returning a promise that immediately resolves on the khali promise function, which is very close to what's happening here. You can look at this. It simply says start a clock for 0 seconds, which basically means this code should almost immediately run. That is exactly what an empty promise would do. It would immediately resolve. More questions? But the black box should declare resolve and reset, and why declare callback and callback error? Again, in the block, whatever I've done in the black box is like slightly थोड़ा hard to read होगा अभी. But basically this resolve and reject are something that whoever has defined the promise is using to basically tell नीचे कि resolve वर्क reject हुआ. So when I call resolve over here is when this callback function gets called. So if you are taking how this promise class is written under the hood, the promise class, how many arguments does it take? It actually just takes one argument, which is a function. So it is taking one argument. Whenever you are going to call this, you are going to call it with two arguments, resolve and reject. So that is why it gets really complicated to write. But yeah, try to write it. I won't go more deeper into this. If you use a callback function, they want to end the software, they want more questions. But callback queue to FIFO hota hai, then two should be printed first. Again, there is a concept of macro and micro tasks. I'm sure someone will tell you. So one task might be preferred over the other. Even though two macro tasks will always be FIFO, two micro tasks will always be FIFO, but amongst them there is a priority of one getting picked over the other. And so I was writing this, promises going to the micro task queue, which is higher priority, but the depths of it are not clear to me. Yeah, same. Basically yes, I would assume the same thing. One of the reason 1432 got logged, and the promise got logged before the set timeout was. I can do that. Then we can try to write the promise class ourselves for the advanced people. एक last चीज है, बहुत important है. दो चीजें हैं वैसे. One of the reasons promises are preferred is because callbacks have this weird sort of a thing, that you will see. If let's say I ask you to log hi to the screen after 1 second, hello after 3 more seconds, and then hello there after 5 more seconds, the code would look something like this. क्या set timeout इस function को call कर देना after 1 second with the 3 more is because callbacks have this weird sort of a thing, that you will see. If let's say I ask you to log hi to the screen after 1 second, hello after 3 more seconds, and then hello there after 5 more seconds, the code would look something like this. See, if let's say I ask you to log hi to the screen after 1 second, which logs hi there, and then starts the second clock, which logs hello after 5 seconds, whatever, 3 seconds, and then starts the third clock, and then prints hello there after 5 seconds. If the question was log hi after 1 second, so you would write something like this: set timeout. होने के बाद the code would change to this, so on and so forth. ये write को जाता था जाएगा. This is what is commonly known as callback hell. Okay, if you have to do callback hell. Callbacks have callback hell, so promises are better because there is actually a way to get rid of. If you write the code like this, callback hell sort of goes away, which is why I don't ever see the point of people saying okay, callbacks have callback hell, so promises are better. There are solutions to this. If you write the code like this, callback hell sort of goes away, which is why I don't ever see the point of people saying okay, callback. Have callback hell, so promises are better because there is actually a way to get rid of callback hell by sort of separating the functions out like this. But either way, people say whatever. This is really bad, very hard to read, so highly inundated code, and hence promises make this much cleaner by doing something called promise chaining. Now again, firstly, you will have to define a promisified version of set timeout, and let's say we try to solve the same problem. क्या set timeout promisified को हमें 1 second, 3 second, 5 second बाद call करना है, one after the other. What you will do is you will call set timeout promisified with 1 second dot then कि जब पहला हो गया, after 1 second has gone, the first promise resolves, you want to log hi obviously. Then you want to start the second clock. So we will write something like set timeout promisified 3 seconds dot then after this is done, print hello. Then set timeout promisified again after 5 seconds dot then, and then you print the third thing, so on and so forth. This does the same thing. This still has callback hell. ये भी तो write validated है. If I run node index.js, it'll work, but it never really solved the problem that we were trying to achieve at. कि अरे यार callback में तो callback hell होता है, promises use करो, but promises में भी देखा जाए तो promise hell. It still has the same problem, right? It's still getting validated to the right. So this is like the wrong way to write chained promises. When I say chained promises, I mean one के बाद other के बाद other. If you know कि after the first promise resolves, उसके बाद you want to call the second promise, उसके बाद you want to call the third promise, the better way to write it is something like this. कि यार first promise dot then log this. Dot then start the second clock, which is whatever. Sorry, something like this. Return set time on promisified 3 seconds. Dot then print hello. Return. Dot then this thing. So this is another way to write the same thing. What have I done? Let me just make it even more cleaner to read. Something like this. This syntax does not have callback hell. ऐसे write को नहीं जाता जा रहा है. So one below the other below the other. The way I have written our promise calls, or the way I have done promise chaining is set time on promisified called will print hello on the screen, and this code wise this and this do the same thing. There is no difference in what is happening here and what is happening here. Isn't this code cleaner to read? Again, it's very typical. It's not always a sort of but that's one of the interview question checkboxes. Okay, what is the bad thing with callback helps, how can you improve it? By promise chaining, by chaining promises one after the other in the cell, and how it is made better if you use promisified versions of the same basic trade off callback help. We'll take a pause here. Let me see what all is left to be covered in the slides today. Yeah, next class is probably going to be a lot of practice and async await. I think there's enough we've done today. It's already 10:24. So I will take a pause here. Next class, we'll give some assignments. We have not yet learned how to write our own promises. We'll learn that in the next class. Writing our own promises without doing a bunch of practice on promises is the same thing. Writing people might ask why a promise is better than callbacks. The answer is it's more readable syntax. The second answer is it gets rid of callback hell that exists in callback based asynchronous functions. What is callback hell? When you want to call one callback function, and उसके बाद you want to call the second callback function. After that is done, you want to call the third callback function. After that is done, you want to call the fourth, so on and so forth. Then it starts to skew to the right like this, slightly skewed like this. To make it better, you write chained promisified function that I would call dot then on it. The second dot then will get called. This is what's called promise chaining basically. Yes. But again, it's like very hard to read, right? Versus if you look at this code, it's like pretty easy to read. Say, but include things like timers and fs.read file. We also understood fs.read file sync in the last class. Today we understood classes like we don't yet know how to define specifically dot callback. Week 5 is going to be this same full stack code. We don't necessarily have to spend time learning how to write promises just yet. Eventually we should. Okay. Open up for Q&A one more time and see if people have more questions. It's not down. Why is it not down? First time to explain promise in terms of API call. That's a little weird. Like explain promises in terms of food. What do you mean when you say, in terms of API calls? If you want to do API call, so fetch, if you know what fetch is, the fetch API in the browser or Node.js is all promisified, which basically means whenever you want to do an API call, you will call the fetch function with the URL that you want to know. Whenever you call fetch of, whatever, api.google.com, what it returns you is again a promise. So on this promise, you can call .then.catch. In a real world promise implication, the only implication is it's sort of inspired from other languages and sort of, like for example, I don't know if one is inspired from the other, but there's a very similar concept called futures in Rust that sort of does the same thing, resolves and injects to something. It's just sort of a pattern that was introduced. Everything was fine with callbacks, SNA callbacks. I think people sort of callback is like a forced example of why one is better over the other. But if you really look at big code bases and start to write big code bases, it sort of feels very natural to do promises. A lot of things in computer science are people that elite things that people made that they understood and the world didn't, and then they're just writing the code using those elite things. One such thing is dependency injection. If you've heard of what a dependency injection is, and there are forced examples of why it is better than code that doesn't use dependency injection, but it's usually a lot of elitist code that is written, that may be good, may not be good, but unfortunately all bigger code bases adopted, and hence you need to learn about them. The same is true for promises. Everything that you can do with promises, you can do with callbacks, but it is the more modern syntax that makes you superior as a developer, which is why you need to learn it. That I can't give you a good reason, but yes, honestly, over time, as I've used it, I also maybe lie in the category of those elitist developers that like using it and feeling superior over others. That's why it's my common interview question that I ask to people who are interviewing with me. Arrays के basics में confused हो तो दोस्त थोड़ा array करना पड़ेगा. What if we get an error in between? You can always do a global catch at the end. Dot catch is kind of dot catch that will catch any of the errors that have examples of. Cool. How is all structured? Specifically, what are the methods? Okay. And how to enable chaining? That is a beautiful question. I was thinking this during the class. Probably, since there is chaining, what is happening is the then and the catch functions. If you do a class promise constructor, what probably needs to happen is return, and that is why that's the same as doing let x equal to p, returning the current promise, and probably not true actually, because person is going to do some dot catch and pass this over here. This dot error callback equal to e. Okay, so when you define the promise, resolve, reject, and the resolved function, and then function which is going to be the reject function. And then whenever the resolve function gets called is when you need to call this dot success callback. And then whenever reject gets called, you probably need to call this dot get callback. I think this might be promise implementation. I could be wrong. Let's see. I think this might be the right implementation of a promise class. So if I create a new promise class called promise2, and try to see if this works, it may or may not work. Let's see. Let me make this use promise2. Promise chaining this one most probably nahi chalegi, but let's see if it works without chaining. And this is how my promise2 class looks. So what I have done, I have defined in the promise2 class. It's actually not that difficult if you look at it. It's less than 20 lines of code. And now my set time on promisified is using promise2 class and not the first promise class. How does it work? If I call node index.js, when I call less than 20 lines of code. And now my set, and the promisified is using JavaScript. My bad. Let's try. Again, one still doesn't work. This dot fn. I'm just happening right now. Remove the extra logs. I've written a promise class called promise2. I've used the promise2 class. I can set prints high. So if I don't tell me I had a typo. Fuck. I'm sure you guys see. No need to this. Don't tell me I had a typo. Fuck. I'm sure you guys knew. But there you go. After 2 seconds, it prints high. So if I remove the extra logs, I've written a promise class called promise2. But there you go. After 2 seconds, it prints high. So if I remove the extra logs, I've written a promise class called promise2. I've used the promise2 class, and nowhere have I used the promise class, and it does the same thing, which is after 5 seconds, prints high on the screen. The next thing to do is, does it support promise chaining? I don't think it does. So the next thing to add over here might be, how do you make it support promise chaining, which again shouldn't be too difficult, I think. Hello, and this, run this, and now it starts to fail because this returns whatever undefined or whatever. It was that easy actually. What was it? And it didn't print hello, did it? It did it in the right time though, probably not. 3 after 1 second prints. So there's like something is incorrect in my promise implementation. It's just printing hello immediately. Anyways, I've given you the right track, and hopefully this some readable code you have over here. This code I've written works if promises did not support chaining. If they support chaining, is a whole different discussion. High level, this is what a promise function would look like. Alright, hopefully that was interesting. Cool, we'll end it here. Thank you everyone. I'll see you guys on Sunday. It is 1432. में कर लेते हैं. How many of us already know what are promises, what are async functions, maybe what are error first comes that I have to move the shape class to the top. सबसे पहले मैं shape class को define करूंगा. Then I will define the rectangle class. Then I will define the circle class. Then I will define the square class. But what it introduces is like sort of weird and hard to digest. तो धीरे-धीरे समझने की कोशिश करेंगे. Let's go through the official definition that looks like this. A promise in a JavaScript class is an object. Promise is a class. There is a promise class. उससे you can create objects. So const p1 equal to new promise, something like this. Let p1 equal to new promise. Just like we did a let d equal to new date. This is also known as a promise का object. और this को भी कभी promise ही बोल देते हैं. This is the promise class. This is an object of the promise class. But generally when we say promises, we just mean this object. A promise is an object that represents the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation and its resulting value. That represents the eventual completion of an asynchronous operation and its resulting value. We have seen this before. Let's create a new file called a.txt जिसके अंदर मैं कुछ hider लिख रहा हूँ. Do we remember this from the last class? Const fs equal to require fs.read file. Read file sync तो सबको याद होगा. Let whatever contents equal to fs.read file sync a.txt utf8. If I log the contents, it will print something like whatever I wrote in the file, which was hi there. File के अंदर hi there लिखा था. I was able to read. This is the synchronous way of reading a file. Do we remember the asynchronous way? We discussed in the last class there are IO bound tasks and there are CPU bound tasks. Reading a file is an IO bound task. Why? Because when you basically call this function, you ask the operating system कि please मुझे file के contents दे दो. And operating system will in its own time return you the contents. That could take 10 milliseconds, that could take 100 milliseconds, that could take 20 seconds based on how busy the operating system is. In those 20 seconds, your JavaScript thread remains stuck over here, and hence we understood there is another way to call read file, which is simply calling read file and not read file sync. When you do fs.read file, if you remember from the last class, we give it the file that you want to read, the encoding that you want to read it in, and a callback function. What is the third thing we pass it? If you remember, a callback function. You can define that function separately. Function after file is read. Now, the arguments here look weird, but if you remember in the last class, we discussed what these arguments are. But you can do something like this. fs.read file a.txt utf8 after file is read. What this does is, this asynchronous operation, I am asking the operating system to read a file. And जब भी operating system इस file को read कर लेगा, it will through a callback queue, if you remember, through the event loop, eventually call this function where I can log the contents of this file. Why is this complicated way of writing read file better than writing this simple way? ये कितना आसान था लिखना. Const, whatever, contents equal to this thing, console.log contents. If there are two ways you have to write file reading, it is either writing it like this or writing it like this. Of course, the one below is so much easier to read, but it is not performant because when you read a file synchronously, it basically means that you ask the operating system to return you the contents of the file. And now, whenever it returns the contents, could be in 10 milliseconds, could be in 100 milliseconds, could be in 2000 milliseconds. उसके बाद you receive, the final contents here. And for those 200 milliseconds, 300 milliseconds, your JavaScript thread couldn't do other things. आपका JavaScript thread यहाँ पे अटका रहेगा. और उसके बाद जब read हुआ, contents read हुए, उसके बाद अगर आपकी कोई for loop थी, then that for loop runs after the contents have been read. But wouldn't it be nice if this for loop would have been running when the file was being read by the operating system? अब जब operating system आराम से read करके मुझे लौटा रहा था, उतनी देर में अगर ये for loop चल जाती तो कितना बढ़िया होता. I would have been running this for loop, exited the for loop, and then whenever the file contents would have been read, I would have logged them. That is exactly what the first way lets you do. This first way of reading the file, not synchronously but asynchronously, would do what? When you run this code, this function will get registered, fs.read file will get called with this file name, with these encoding, so on and so forth, and this callback function. Now, the code will reach the next line and it will start to run the for loop. Whenever the file is read, the control will reach back to this function. That is exactly what we did in the last class. ये सबको याद है? Everyone understands this from the last class. These functions are called callback functions, and what we are doing over here is an asynchronous function call of ensuring कि whenever the file is read, उसके थोड़ी देर बाद जाके contents get printed, and in the meanwhile, the JavaScript thread is doing other things. अब ये नहीं समझ आया? That means you have not gone through the last class. Maybe you have gone through the last class, you've not done the assignments. 90% understood, 10% did not. For the 10%, this we have covered in the last class fairly well. So please go to the last class before you'll probably be able to digest this. For everyone else, what was a promise? An object that represents the eventual completion of an asynchronous operation and its resulting value. ये भी तो कुछ ऐसा ही दिख रहा है. A function that represents the either eventual completion of fs.read file, or if there is an error, then it returns you an error also. Promise भी यही था. A promise is an object that represents the eventual completion or failure of an asynchronous operation. Callback looks like the same thing. A callback function is a function that sort of represents either the eventual completion or failure of the read file asynchronous operation. तो देखा जाए, promises are sort of an alternate to using callback functions. Before 2014, promises did not exist also. Callbacks were the only way to do asynchronous operations. After 2015, promises were introduced as an alternate. कि आपको ऐसे read करना है, आप ऐसे read कर लो. But there is another way to read files, which is the promisified way, which is a little, better, more readable, bunch of benefits as to why you might want to use promises over callbacks. So promises are sort of an alternate of using callbacks, slightly more modern syntax, and comes with a bunch of benefits, but does the same thing. Definition looks very similar. What a promise does is the same thing as what a callback does. Promises are used to handle asynchronous operations more effectively than traditional callback functions, providing a cleaner and more manageable way to deal with code that executes asynchronously, such as reading a file, doing a database call, doing an API call, clocks, if you remember, set timeout. Just a better way to do the same. Now the question is, how do you write a promise? How do you use a promise? So isme, what did we write at the top? Calling a promise is easy. Defining your own promise is where things get hard. So we'll start with the easy thing. There is a function that I have written over here. You can take this function as a black box. मतलब आपको इसका content नहीं समझ आ रहा तो कोई issue नहीं है. Feel free to take this function that I have written as a black box. Assume this function sort of exists. Just like if you remember set timeout. Set timeout is a function that can take this function as a black box. मतलब आपको इसका content नहीं समझ आ रहा तो कोई issue नहीं है. Feel free to take this function that I have written as a black box. Assume this function sort of exists. Just like if you remember set timeout is a function that you can use to call a callback function after a few seconds. Console.log, hi there. Let's say I ask you to print hi there to the screen 5 seconds after the program runs. So what code will you write? You will write code like this. You don't need to write this. I hope this part from the last class we remember. Okay, if you want to call a function like callback, or if you want to print hi there on the screen, after 5 seconds of starting the program, then the code looks something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi there has been printed. Is set timeout a synchronous operation or an asynchronous operation? Let me do a poll. Select yes if you think it is a synchronous operation. Select no if you think it is an asynchronous operation. Select yes if you think set timeout is a synchronous operation. Select no if you think set timeout is an asynchronous operation. Yes if synchronous, no if asynchronous. Wow, our fundamentals are super weak at this point. 30% selected yes, which is the incorrect answer. सेट टाइम आउट में आप एक क्लॉक को चालू कर रहे हो और कह रहे हो कि 5 सेकंड बाद इस फंक्शन को कॉल करना. इन दोज 5 सेकंड्स you might want कि यार नीचे कुछ कोड है जो मैं रन कर लूं, right? That was exactly what the definition of callback function or asynchronous operations was. यहां पे लिखा भी था that executes asynchronously such as API calls, file IO or timers. यहां पे लिखा भी था कि timers are asynchronous operations. Still 30% thought timers are synchronous operations. When you call set timeout, ऐसा थोड़ी है thread यहां अटक जाता है. The thread moves on to the next line of code where you might be doing whatever. CTR equal to CTR plus I. And then console.log CTR. Something like this. ऐसा थोड़ी है कि यहाँ पे thread will get stuck and then after hi there gets printed, only after that the for loop will run. No. What would the output of this be? Option yes. The yes option is the output would be the counter, which is, you know, whatever, what's the sum from whatever, 500, followed by hi there. Option no is the output would be pehle hi there, then 500. When I run this program, will counter get printed first or will hi there get printed first? Let's do a poll and see how many of us are able to understand this one. If I run this program, what gets printed first? Is it the counter variable or is it hi there? Select yes if you think it is the counter variable, select no if you think it is hi there. या तो आप लोग मजाक कर रहे हो या किसी को कुछ समझ नहीं आया है भाई. 75% selected the right answer, which was console.log counter. 25% selected the wrong answer. मतलब 25% लोगों को कुछ समझ नहीं आया है or, you know, have missed the last class or are just answering things incorrectly, are, you know, bad students. When you call set timeout is an asynchronous function call. This is exactly what we did last week when we were on this website and we saw the visualization of what happens when code like this runs. Do you guys not remember this? Last week we were visualizing this JavaScript asynchronous architecture here, and, you know, if you remember, when I run this, when you call set timeout, it moves over here and then the for loop is running while the callback function waits in the callback queue. For loop keeps on running. The callback function cannot interrupt this. Only when the thread becomes free, जब ये पूरी for loop run हो जाएगी, counter print हो जाएगा, उसके बाद ही this gets pulled from the callback queue to the call stack. If you don't understand this, you have missed the last class. So please go through the last class. But generally, as you can see on the left, even though the callback function hi there is ready to be printed, it will not get printed until the JavaScript thread sort of became free by logging counter and then hi there got printed. So the right answer was pehle counter print hoga, this one right here, and then, you know, hi there will get printed. Just like I called, you know, set timeout like this in the callback version, which was the only way to define set timeout, or probably still the only way to, you know, create a clock in JavaScript that is called an SQL injection. I mean, pools from, okay, there are two types of connection pools. बता देता हूँ. There are two. Yeah, there's a different way to do it. You can do it. The new underscore ID. Like Should we hard code logic migrations given which syntax? Don't use the other syntax. Now comes the relationships and joins wala part. Relationship is called an SQL. Database में क्या ID बनी है? तो if I restart this now, click on send. Pool.connect भी करना पड़ता है call. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. The docs don't say it, so we will not do it, and then we will see. Alter table query, alter table users, and पहले step 3 करना जरूरी है. Yes, but mostly, rarely do you need, every document can have a different shape. Databases as well. These are two things that we do initially as beginners to learn things. Then we learned about Mongo or technically NoSQL databases. Today we're learning about SQL databases, but all right. As you saw a while back on Backpack Exchange, there were a lot of orders that were coming in every millisecond. Create orders, cancel orders. Will something like this be comparable to a low latency project for centralized exchanges and order book? Someone created something. Matchbox or prediction market order matching engine built in Rust. Yeah, I think this is. Hello. How's everyone doing today? That returns a promise is returning promise class or an object of the promise class. You tell me. Let P equal to new promise. Return P. So what is it returning? Is it more questions? Which itself has, whenever you are going to call this, you are going to call it with, one of the reasons promises are preferred is because Because reason we are learning about callback hell is because it's a common interview question. It's a very archaic thing. People might ask, why are promises better than callbacks? The answer is it's more readable syntax. The second answer is it gets rid of callback hell that exists in, well, callback based asynchronous functions. What is callback hell? When you want to call one callback function, and uske baad you want to call the second callback function, and after that is done you want to call the third callback function, after that is done you want to call the fourth, so on and so forth. Then it starts to skew to the right like this. You write the first function, you inundate your code, and then the second function call is, one step to the right. You write this function, you inundate your code, third is on the right, so on and so forth. So your set time out promisified, ye ho second dot then will get called, I will print hello. And basically, and this is like a, a weird way. This is a chained way to write promises. Get called, I will print hello. And I had to define it myself. But if chained promisified function, that looks like this. Here set time out promisified if it existed. Now it doesn't, and hence I had to define it myself. But if it existed, then I would call it like this. I would call this here like this. And uske baad you want to call return dot then this thing. All right, more questions. Getting second if high start, so on and so forth. There are a way to get rid of callback hell.
In this lecture, we will learn how to consume a promise. And in this case, we will consume the promise that was returned by the fetch function. So let's now implement the getCountryData function from the very first lecture, but of course this one using a promise. So get country data. And so again, here we pass in a country. And then here we will want this. So just like this. Data is in the able to actually read this data from the body, we need to call the JSON method on the response. Handle that promise using the then method, right? But then to actually read the data, let's now learn how to chain promise. Now in the last lecture, I actually oversimplified how things really work. So actually, the then handle the success value of like 10 countries. So until now, we have always assumed that everything went well with our AJAX calls, so we never handled any errors. However, an important part of web development simply alert the error. Alright, so let's try that. Oh, and now we are back to having no internet, so we first need to do the user interface. And so instead of just logging something to the console, let's also display an error message for the user to see. And so that's then a more real use case of this catch block. Alright, so I'm adding a new block here, so we still want to, of course, log the error to the... So no matter if the promise is... So in this lecture, we're going to fix the request 404 error that we saw happening in the last lecture. And so as we saw in the last video, the problem here is that during the fetch, there was a 404 error, which is because our API couldn't find any country with this name. But still, even though there was obviously a big problem with this request, we have set up here for a message. The error handling and also the conversion to JSON, because in my opinion, it's really a bit cumbersome to having to do all these steps all the time. That is a good reason to display an error message on the user interface, and since we do that down here in our error, so we learned what AJAX and APIs are, we used a bunch of asynchronous code already, and we learned all about promises. But what's missing is to finally understand how all of it really works behind the scenes of JavaScript. And so let's find out. In this lecture, we will learn how to consume part of the JavaScript language itself. We will consume the things like DOM, timers, the fetch API, the geolocation API, and so on and so forth. Next up later, but of course this one using a promise. As you already know, everything we get country data. And so again, here we pass in a country. And there are, and then here we will want this. So just like this. Data is in the let me now quickly show you some of the stuff that we just learned in practice. And so let's now build an So at this point of the place, we can call the then method. And then, just like before, the then method functions into promises. And this is a process that we call promisifying. So basically, promisifying means to convert without the callback hell. So before, I actually showed you what happened when we had multiple timers. And so basically, we could do now and all without the call same thing like this. So let's just copy it here as a reference. For second passed. Well, actually they don't. Let's now keep promisifying things, and this time around and paste it here. And now all we need to change is basically what happens here in each of these callback functions. So remember that this one here is the success callback function. And so done using geolocation. So again, we got the coordinates here. Then from those coordinates, we got the location. So the actual location with country. And so then from there, we got all the data about the country. And so now we have the ability of basically displaying the flag of a country simply based on geolocation on any device. Now just imagine that you would have to handle all of these asynchronous operations here using callback function. So that would like literally be hell. So therefore the name callback hell. But again, with this, we have a really nice flat chain of promises that's easy to handle and also easy to manage. All right. But anyway, with this we saw that we can really promisify all kinds of asynchronous stuff in JavaScript. For example, we could also promisify the old XML. Time for coding challenge number 2. And in this one, your goal is to basically recreate what I'm just going to show you here on the screen. So when Welcome back to the last lecture of this section. And so in this one, we're going to apply everything that we learned in the last few videos to coding challenge number 3. And this coding challenge basically has 2 parts. So in the first part, I want you to write an async function called load and pause, which will basically recreate coding challenge number 2, but this time using async await. And so, and here the error.
Less to do with asynchronous operations. It is generally if an error is thrown, catch में control चल जाता है. Now that error might come. Does await stop the thread? One. You could write it synchronously also. That would be approach number 1 ideally, and this is approach number 2. If you're supposed to do this, then it would again be something like this. Read file. What if eventually तो हमें यही function call करनी है ना? Called correctly, you were able to read the file. You tell the promise कि यार इस function को please call कर दे. And if read file gave me जो error मेरे पास यहाँ से आया, I just sent it down to the catch statement here. But if everything went well, then I will say this promise has a point. We are learning. Now let's understand, how do you create a promise? This class is on. कैमरा साफ कर दूं. A topic near and dear to me. I mean, it's like very common interview question that I ask to people. I was just taking Super30 1 interviews before this. I did not exactly ask this because अभी बच्चे Super30 के उनके लिए थोड़ा सा मतलब even this is like hard. I asked them more basic questions. We were streaming that interview. I can probably get you guys the recording of those interviews. There are a lot of silly mistakes people were doing. Very simple things that I asked, create a to-do application, backend, frontend, and a lot of people weren't able to do it. So happy to share that after the class. Mikey, I mean, if people want access to that recording, please give them access to that recording. With that, we'll kick things off with today's class. Aakhri tough concept, then a lot of easy things for a while. Slightly tough concept to digest. I'm assuming not everyone will be able to understand it, which is fine as well. Even if you don't understand what I'm talking about today, it is mostly fine because creating a promises is usually something you would do in a few places in your code bases, but also something you need when you have an interviewer like me, who really likes to see if people know this or not, and makes them answer a few interview questions around this. So I'll take you through what those interview questions are, the kind of questions I ask. Generally, what we're learning today, if you remember from the last class, this is everything that we've done in week 3 and 4. There's one thing that we did not yet do, which is to-do.com. As I was saying, someone mentioned it correctly. We should have done DOM before, but doesn't really matter. Take the value of that element, put it in a new variable. Something. If error, that means console dot it is a class. It is a class. This is what we discussed. Aakhri tough concept, then a lot of easy things for a while. Slightly tough concept to digest. I'm assuming not everyone will be able to understand it, which is fine as well. Even if you don't understand what I'm talking about today, it is mostly fine because creating a promises is usually something you would do if, I mean, in a few places in your code bases, but also, something you need when you have an interviewer like me, who, really likes to see if people know this or not, and, makes them answer a few interview questions around this. So I'll take you through what those interview questions are, the kind of questions I ask. Generally, what we're learning today, if you remember from the last class, this is everything that we've done in week 3 and 4. There's one thing that we did not yet do, which is how to write your own promises, which is the harder bit to cover today. We'll probably skip this one, writing your own promise class. If you want, we can discuss towards the end. Async, await, syntax, and then practicing a bunch of things. That's going to be the high level for today. How many of us already know this? How many of us know? I'm assuming people know a lot of this, minus writing your own promises, which is, usually the harder bit. Everything else is straightforward. It's a 50-50, so we go slow. It's actually 53% no, 47% yes. So either way, we're going to go slow. We'll understand how to write your own promises. We did this last week. You guys should do a bunch of practice of this on your side as well, because this isn't very trivial. And a lot of times this comes with practice. So don't be surprised if you don't get it the first time. Hopefully you get it, after a few iterations. With that, we'll start off with the basic definition of what is a promise, which again is just abstract, theoretical things that don't really matter. Practice, jitni zyada karoge, utna zyada it will become obvious of what a promise is. But just to go through the theory once, a promise in JavaScript is an object. Harkirat, so it is an object that looks like this. Let user equal to name Harkirat. ऐसा object होता है? No. It is a promise that looks like this. Const p equal to new promise. Do we remember what this new something syntax means? We did this last week. What is this? What is promise? It is a class. It is a class. This is what we discussed last week. And when we say promise is an object, we mean it is an object of this class promise, and it is not the traditional key value pair object that we have learned until now. Promises are an object of the promise class and not the traditional promise object that we have traditional objects that we have learned until now. It represents the eventual result of an asynchronous operation. Represents the eventual result of an asynchronous operation. What is an asynchronous operation? fs.read file, if you remember, is an asynchronous operation. Set timeout, if you remember, is an asynchronous operation. Even fs.write file, if you want to write to a file, you still have to ask the operating system, which might take its own time, and hence, this is also an asynchronous operation. There are other examples that we haven't touched yet. I'll just briefly touch on them. So you can check one thing, and that's good. Database calls, network calls are also examples of asynchronous operations that we will see eventually. These asynchronous operations we will actually deal with over a life cycle of software development. These are not really needed. Rarely do you write to a file in real software development in a full stack project. Rarely do you read from a file. You do set timeouts from time to time, but you don't do them as often as database calls and network calls, which is where this will actually come into picture. Be clear, to keep things simple, the way we are doing it is this, but ideally the way to do it is, or we will actually see these promises in database calls or network calls. It represents the eventual result of an asynchronous operation. मतलब अगर एक asynchronous operation है, उसका जो finally result होगा, when you do fs.read file, what is the result of this? It is the contents of the file. If you remember, this is how we did fs.read file. A function that would get called whenever this actually succeeds. So this function that I have defined at the end over here, this function gets called whenever the file is actually read. The eventual completion of this read file call is the calling of this function. जब ये function call हुआ, that means eventually at some point read, it might take 1 second, it might take 2 seconds, it might take 10 seconds, because the operating system will in its own time check files synchronously. The way we would do it is const data equal to fs.read file sync. We have learnt about both of these functions. One gets data synchronously, which basically means that it just can't do other things, which is why it's line of code and eventuation of an asynchronous operation. So callback में वही चीज fs.read file. It might throw an error. The file might not exist. You might not have permissions to the file. And in that case, whenever this function is called, error actually fail. It might promise true. Every asynchronous operation either yields a success or a failure. When you do fs.read file, it might throw an error. The file might not exist. You might not have permissions to the file. And in that case, whenever this function is called, error actually represents something. So if I write some code, if I go to cursor, and if I initialize a new project really quickly, if I write some code, if I go to cursor, and if I initialize a new project really quickly, promises practice. If I open this in my cursor and empty folder, and if I write a node equal to require called whenever the file is read, will be something. If error, that is contents of the file. So, and hence it should throw an error if I do node index.js. What if I add a.txt here? Read file function. Event do file clocks, database calls, and networks. Now let's understand how you create a promise, the kind of states a promise can have, and then how do you use that promise that you have created. So, if you remember by that, what did we say? A promise. So, if you remember by that, what did we say? A promise is nothing but an object of this promise class. So this seems like I have created a promise. Just like last week we did something like this. Const rect equal to new rectangle. Similarly, I've done const p equal to new promise. Let me log this promise. Let me see what does it say. When I run node index.js, it throws an error. It says promise resolver undefined is not a function. It says here you are defining a promise, but unfortunately this promise expects a function as an input. Let me quickly write a promise, and you don't have to understand a function inside as an input. What does the function do? How to as an input? How this function works? What I've written over here? You can take it as a black box for now. It says promise pending. A promise represents the eventual completion of an asynchronous task. Whatever is the asynchronous task that is happening here, we don't care. वो अभी हुई नहीं है. That is what console.log is telling us. यार promise अभी तो resolve नहीं हुआ है. There are 3 states promise can be in. Pending, the state that we just saw. It basically means fs.read file अभी कोई नहीं है. The file is being read. That is what pending means. The promise hasn't resolved or rejected yet. Promise में ना success आया है ना failure. अभी pending है. The promise is right now pending. It might succeed, it might fail. We don't know yet. But right now it is pending. That is the default state of a promise. Eventually, if this was a fs.read file using promise, something like this. If this promise was something like this, fs.read file using promise, then this promise would remain in the pending state until the file is read. After the file is read, if you log the promise, it would log with the actual contents of the file. If the promise rejects, which means if a.txt does not exist, the promise state will become rejected or error. So there are 3 states this promise object can be in: pending, asynchronous operation is still happening; fulfilled, asynchronous operation happened correctly; rejected. Very standard question that I ask every time I'm interviewing here in Super30 is create a promisified version of fs.read file. Create a promisified version of setTime. Create a promisified version of fs.write file. Very common question I ask. If you answer this, you're usually in a very good category. भाई इसको promise अच्छे से आता है. He knows how to write a promise of itself. His own. So what is the question? The question is like promisified version now. If you remember from last week, if there is a function that returns a promise, if I define a function, fs read file promise, that returns a new promise. The arguments that this function will take is which file you want to read. So the file name, what is the encoding, UTF-8 है, binary है, hex है. And that is it. It does not take a callback function as an input. Whenever you are posed a question, कि fs.read file आता है? Yes, आता है. Write a promisified version of fs.read promise. The arguments that it takes is the name of the file, the encoding. It does not take a callback function as an input. This is promises. This is not callbacks. Ask up, and if you remember from last week, that's how you call a promisified. That's how you call a promise. That which will tell you did something go wrong or was everything fine. After promises, if this is a promisified version of fs.read file, it is not right now. It is sort of an empty function right now. But if it were, promise की 3 states क्या थी? The 3 states of promise are pending. Promise does resolve. That means it reaches the fulfilled state, the resolved state. Then call this function where I can log the contents of the file, log that error, or log something like. How do I define it? Is something we still have to learn. We are learning how to actually implement the promisified version of fs.read file. These contents I wrote, but I said take time. If this was written by someone very smart, if it was written correctly, then I am calling it like this. ये syntax सबसे बड़ा everyone understands. Okay, calling promisified function looks something like this. And this syntax of promise is of good for me. 92% is also good. Now there is someone very smart who has written set timeout. The global functions that we have access to. We have to write a promisified version. On top it is. Okay, this function needs to return a promise. Whenever someone says, "इसका promisified version बनाओ," both are the same thing. एक object promise class. But that function itself, you are just giving names of the 2 other functions. Is it a constructor takes a function as an input, but that function itself has 2 functions as arguments. This can get very confusing. Okay, promise class के अंदर तो I am passing a function, but this function you are saying also has 2 functional arguments. So shouldn't I write them like this? ऐसा कुछ you are just giving names of the 2 other functions. Isn't this what I am supposed to do? So this is where you have to sort of understand. Okay, when I was writing, if you remember, set timeout, actually it's not a good example. Let me try to explain it differently. If I'm not able to, I'll take a more deeper example. The way promises work is you initialize a new object of the promise, give it a function. This function के 2 arguments हैं, which are also functions. इस function के अंदर, inside this function, you write what you are actually supposed to do in this asynchronous operation. आपको क्या करना है इस asynchronous operation में? This function is supposed to do what? It is supposed to read a file in this encoding. That logic you write inside this function. It's the promise class's responsibility to eventually run this function. Promise class की responsibility है कि आपने जो भी इस फंक्शन में पास किया, whatever function you are passing, it actually executes that function. When it executes that function, the promise class only passes the resolve and the reject arguments. Whoever has written the promise class, it will look something like this. Class promise. That's how every class looks like. It will have a constructor. The constructor takes a function as input. And somewhere in the life cycle of this promise class, this function will get called. And whenever the function is called by the promise class will send its own set of two input functions over here that we are having access to as resolve and reject. So resolve and reject, we don't have to write. Whoever has written the promise class is going to write somebody here, and pass them as arguments to our custom function. Our custom function's job is to number one, write the actual logic. Actual logic क्या है हमारा? The actual logic of our fs read file promise function is to read the file. So fs.
And actually, right now, it is already allowed.
fs.read file. Normal fs.read file. Hakikat, you said we are creating a promise-ified version of fs.read file. Yes, but on top of the original fs.read file, someone has written the ugly callback version of fs.read. Call their fs.read. To do this, when the user calls my function, original function are normal. Give when here. And then by this function to actually read the file. File is good. Now the question is, okay. So it still expects a third argument, which is a function, which will still give you the same things error and data. Now the question is, okay, whenever the promise class is going to call this function, and after that the file is going to be read, and after that the control will reach here. How do you pass the current error to the catch block over here? How do you pass? If there is an error, by यहाँ करो. If there is no error, then वाला function करेगा. यही करना है. What do you want? The catch function to get called. Okay, if there is an error, तो reject. Yeah, if there is an error file and whatever argument we pass over, function will get called with the same. Then I will say this promise has resolved. सब सही हो गया. And then when I'm resolving, I would like to give the user what they wanted. Said return new promise, and I gave the promise class a function. Promise class की responsibility है to run this function. When the promise class runs this function, it passes two arguments. मेरी responsibility है. I will check was there error during the asynchronous operation. The writer of the promise, जो भी लिख रहा है उस promise को, to see as the response here. Again, if you take this as a black box, then we understood everything. 92% understood everything. The promise-ified version of our own. And now, if you take this as a black box, so if I run node.index.js, we expect this code block. So if I run node.index.js, it says fs.read file is an existing old callback-based function. We have promise-ified it. We have to do your actually. These are just function arguments. That's how you do it. The second question was, write the promise before this promise is on timeout. This is how you generally do set timeout. Set timeout in the there's no error state. You can always expect after 1 second or a few seconds after that, based on how the callback is. Set timeout will call this asynchronous promise. What number? So that's how you would call the promise-ified version of set timeout. Question is, how do you? That means I need to call set timeout 1 second or whatever the this is 1 second. Then this promise will get a promise-ified version of set 1 second. So if I have node.index.js, node after 10 seconds, never this promise, whose only job was delay seconds के बाद % of asynchronous operation that you can think of. You could also delay seconds. I return the new promise, whose only job was then this function to get called. And what did the promise resolve? Doing think of promise-ified functions. So ये जरूरी प्रश्न the beginning of the class for database calls and network calls. This is where we actually see asynchronous function calls. These asynchronous function calls you rarely do in a full stack project. Whatever library you use to do database calls, whatever library you use to do network calls, will most probably anyways be built on top of promises, and hence we rarely have to write promises ourselves. Most of the times we just need to know how to use a function. Only 83% understood. So we will take a small detour. Or should we learn async await first? Let me take a small detour, 2 minutes. And we'll discuss this later also. एक async await syntax है, वो पढ़ लेते हैं. उसके बाद है. Great question. We discussed this back then. Okay, why do you need callback functions? Why can't I simply do this, UTF-ness function call? While this function call is happening, you want कि इसके बाद अगर कोई for loop है, then we want कि हाँ भाई content, we want this for loop to run. And then after the contents are read, you want control to reach here. When control reaches here, उसके बाद वो normal अगली लाइन फिर से for loop रन कर देगा. Which is why if there is ever कि ये function हो गया है, promises for asynchronous function calls, if you function, it's just practice not to do it. It is not similar to closures in Rust, not even remotely. It's more closer to futures in Rust. Futures in Rust are closer to promises in JavaScript. Okay, someone wrote a nice long question. Let's try to copy and paste it here. It is TypeScript. Let me convert it to JavaScript. Someone said, can you explain the below syntax how it works? I read this somewhere. Sure, we will. There are two things over here. One is a immediately invoked asynchronous function, which is this extra function call right here, and the other is an asynchronous operation. We have to understand both. This is how you define an asynchronous function. This is how you immediately invoke an asynchronous function. We will come to this after we have done what asynchronous functions are. How did you write the code? Quick overview. Okay, I'll go through it one more time and recap it. So when you call this, parseInt is to understand the calling part. Sum 1, 2 is very obvious. P.tail text of implementation is simply a function that reduces it back to the file. Even though, let's say, is an input, fs read example, for example, happen library doesn't use it. Sometimes you might want to write a function that returns a promise that under the hood calls to promise call. Okay, someone wrote a nice long question. Let's try to copy and paste it here. It is TypeScript. Let me convert it to JavaScript. Someone said, can you explain the below syntax how type? Let's try to copy and paste it here. It is TypeScript. Let me convert it to JavaScript. Someone said, can you explain the below syntax how it works? I have read this somewhere. Sure, we will. There are two things over here. One is a immediately invoked asynchronous function, which is, this extra function call right here, and the other is an asynchronous operation. We have to understand both. This is how you define an asynchronous function. This is how you immediately invoke an asynchronous function. We will come to this after we have done what asynchronous functions are. How did you write the code? Quick overview. Okay, I will go through it one more time and recap it. No, so not whatever you have, passed. I don't understand the calling part. Line 21 के अंदर, okay, returns magical promisified function हम लिख रहे हैं. It does not return a number or a string. It returns basically this, a new instance of a class. मोटा that I want जब भी read file, but ऐसा class अंदर से दिखती कैसी है? How is this promise class, actually implemented? I mean, it looks like an interface here, but effectively it's a class that implements this code. Why do we need to code promises this way? Then our libraries are present, have inbuilt promises in them. Sometimes it might happen a library doesn't use it. Sometimes you might want to write a function that returns a promise that under the hood calls two promise calls. So I can give you such an example. For example, ऐसा हो सकता है कि, whose job is to take a file path and let's say fs read file promisified existed. fs rut कि यार आप ये function बनाओ. Now here you will have to return a with dot then of case, which would convert all the small letters to capital letters. And then you're supposed to write back to the file. So then you can use the other promisified function to write. Might happen, but there might be a requirement uses two of them. That is why we are learning it. Even though most libraries return promisified functions, you don't have to write them. What does this one do? It will read the file, it will convert it to, if they did exist, then it would have read this file and converted it to upper. Error आएगा because these functions don't actually. I tried promisified version of set interval. This is where it gets a little tricky. Set interval specifically resolves multiple times, right? So it's not the best example of a set interval is a very specific use case where this doesn't make sense. It makes sense on a network call, a database call, a read file, a write file, where you will start the function call and then either resolve or reject. If you want to do something continuously, promises are not the best way to do it. What benefit do we get by promisifying read file, promisifying set timeout? You have to go to the last week's class. What did we discuss? Like syntax in JavaScript, which is something we're learning very soon. Without promises, what was your question? Your question was, what benefit do we get by promisifying read file and set timeout? And the answer is, if you do promisify them, then you can use the modern async await syntax. You cannot use it if you have the callback based read file and set timeout. Can we make promises mutable, like change the result after it gets resolved or reject? I think you can't do that. Let's try it. Let P. Can you resolve a promise multiple times? I am unsure on this. I feel like I've had opinions on this and then been wrong. So let's do this. Let's create a promise that resolves 3 times. Let's call p dot then called resolved 3 times. You do reaches this specific, a while back we wrote, promisify. You can call dot. Can you guess what finally does? Implementation of set timeout promisified. I am never calling reject. If you never call reject, catch will never get called. Finally, iris does finally get called after either then or catch is called. Then or catch finally always gets called. Finally का मतलब ये है, I don't care then हुआ या catch हुआ, finally सब कुछ हो गया. So when does finally get called? after either then or catch is called. So if you want to run something, irrespective of which one of these got called, you write a finally block as well. Okay, irrespective of this got called or this got called, finally will always get called when either one of these two gets called. That is what finally does. Answered that. Can you explain? Okay, we'll come to promise.a, all promise.raise, promise.any very soon. देखने में समझ आ रहा है, but advanced simple है. And then I can come back to this. How many of us understand this? Are we good to go on promises? Writing your own promises. Dot then dot cat syntax. 90% is good. Slowly dwindling down to 87%. But we'll come to it very soon. Which could add that the user sent. Reject this promise. Okay, by two promisified function you can call two ways. What is a main function for now? Okay, why? Looks a little weird. It looks something like this. Async function main. Let me write a main function for now. Okay, why? We'll come to later. I've written a main function. इसके अंदर, when I am calling fs read file promisified, I will not call it जैसे हम पहले call कर रहे थे. How were we calling it before? Something like this. Dot then function data. Console.log data. So ugly to write. Dot catch function, error. Console.log error. Very complicated. If I asked you, KR, please read three files. A.txt, B.txt, C.txt, one after the other. पहले A.txt read करो. After that is done, then read B.txt. Then what would you do? You would call this again with .cat A.txt, and after A.txt is read, no error will come. Then also read the first file after, and log the data of the first promise or the third one. Dot then log the hi there hello, that's A.txt. Eventually तो हमें यही function call करनी है ना. And we are assuming कि कभी error नहीं आएगा. We are assuming that this promise will never reject. It will always resolve. Wouldn't it be nice if I could write something like this? Let file to this syntax, so easy to read. But will it work? If I do a console.log file1 contents, what do you think it will print? देखो दिखने में तो very clean. Amazing, very clean syntax compared to the very complicated thing that we had written. But will this work? What does this function return? Does it return a string? No, it returns a promise. If I log these three, what do you expect to see? Promise pending, promise pending, promise pending. That is not what we want. We want the actual resolved value of the promise. मुझे promise को print नहीं करना है. I want to print the actual resolved value of the promise. I can either go down the dot then wala route, or if this is a promisified function, I can use the async await syntax. What does the async await syntax do? The async await syntax says, if you are calling a promisified function, you can call dot then on it, or simply write await in front of it. What that will do is, whatever this resolves will come in this variable. Wajiba. So easy, clean to write. One line may, we did not have to write any dot then, any indendations, any functions. Just by writing await over here, what will happen is, this function call, whenever it resolves, it will return the contents to this variable. Same for this, same for this. If I run this now, it does work as expected. Hello there, hi. Hello from b.txt, hello from c.txt. But it begs a very big question. कि हरकीरत इसको देख के तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि the asynchronous power went away. What was the power of asynchronous functions? कि when you are calling an asynchronous function, while the asynchronous function is happening, a for loop would run after that, right? There are other things your thread could do. That was the whole point of using asynchronous fs.read file rather than simply doing fs.read file sync. A very common thing you can ask is कि हरकीरत ये तो थोड़ा ऐसा दिख रहा है fs.read file sync this. It's exactly the same if you look at it. If you remove the async wala part, the await wala part, this thing right here, because hi main, then three contents will be logged, then main se control bahar aayega, then I will write hi and hello. That's how synchronous operation works. We wanted to make it better, which is why we created this promisified version of this fs.read file asynchronous function call ke bhai hum to synchronous se dur ja rahe hain. But now the syntax that I wrote, where I converted this to async, and these three function calls that I did were to fs read file promisified, and I added an await in front of them. इसको देख के तो ऐसा लग रहा है, looking at it, it seems like we are back at the same problem. कि the main function got called, and whenever it got called, control reached here, and if I read this code, it seems like the thread would remain stuck here. And then control would reach here, thread would remain stuck here. Control would reach here, thread would remain stuck here. Then these three would be logged. And then I will see hi and hello. So did we lose all the benefits of asynchronous function calls when we used this async await operation? What do you think if I gave you two options? Does hi hello get printed first, or do the contents get printed first? Select yes if you think hi hello gets printed first. Select no if you think the contents of the files get printed first. If this was synchronous, then contents of the file will get printed first. Select yes if you think hi hello gets printed first. Select no if you think the contents of the file. It says 80-20, 80% are right. सबसे पहले hi ही call होगा. The thing is, even though this looks like, a bunch of synchronous function calls, they aren't. This is an asynchronous function call that we are awaiting, which would yield the thread to this hi and this hello. Then eventually control would come back here whenever the callback queue ke through, the function actually gets resolved. Async await is just syntactic sugar on top of the dot then wala syntax. अंत में, what I'm writing over here is very close to what we were writing before with a bunch of functions. That is what. To recap, callback based async functions. What is a good example of this? fs.read file, fs.write file, set timeout. The second category is promises with the dot is the most, call it modern one, call it most used one, वगैरह वगैरह. Still hear me? Oh. You be not. Oh. Coding in the dark, guys. Coding in the dark. Next समझ dark. Because I think we're very well. A bunch of these assignments. Compression software, cleanup software to your machine. And after you did that, your machine lost, 2 GB, 3 GB, something like this. The question is similar. Let's try to do a bunch of these assignments. Is defining your own asynchronous functions. And this has a bunch of, what do you call it? Assignments in it. So let's try to do a bunch of these assignments. Write a function that reads the contents of a file, okay, trims the extra space from the left and the right, writes back to the file. You guys might have heard of compression algorithms. Not a compression algorithms, but compression, okay, let's job. Then write, read, some spaces in the end. That file constitutes the file async on this. You call fs.read file and fs.write file. Oh wow, that's bad. Now, what would happen is, if your bigger program, you'll them down. So this is approach number 2, which is you should. Wow, that's bad. This is the asynchronous. This is the file. These are the trimmed contents. And whenever that is done, I will simply log on the screen something like done. This is the asynchronous way of doing the same thing. If your thread was supposed to do other things, it will, because when you call fs.read file and fs.write file, oh wow, that's bad. Now, what would happen is, if your thread was supposed to do other things, it will be able to. Of course, we are not doing anything else, so it really doesn't matter. But if you were doing other things, it would have been nice. In an interview, a lot of spaces here. If I run my program, you will not just do this, you will do 100 different things. And hence, you should always call it asynchronously and not synchronously. Does it work the same? There are a lot of the callback based sync function calls. Because the function signature would look something like whatever you want to do. So this is how we would do it if we were doing it in an asynchronous way. Remember, why did I add a callback here? Because we are writing a new modern function called clean file. Whoever uses this function, use कर रहा है. That function person would want to know ना कि हाँ file clean हो गई. After the file is cleaned, read, trimmed, written back to, he might 13 whenever everything is done. Whenever the file is read, contents have been trimmed, and file is written back to. जब ये तीनों चीजें asynchronous but remote. This then something like this. Synchronous functions we have also written a clean file function. The asynchronous functions, your thread will not be able to move to the next line. So sync. Okay, so this is basically something like clean file sync, because synchronous was I'm writing is not clean, then the control will reach the next, which is why if they have written a file sync, we understand approach 1 and approach 2, which does not use proper file sync. This file has been read. There are, if you would write new promise, it would give an error. Promises came after that. This is the two approaches to solve this. Before promises were even a thing, there are no promises on the screen right now. Now comes the question of the third approach, which is promisified approach. What if I ask you to do the same thing inside a promise? Whenever someone asks you to create a promisified version of clean file, the first thing you should do is, here let me change its implementation. Let me assume this does return a promisified function yes, you return what you were supposed to do inside this function, else with the right file name, dot then do this thing, dot catch do this thing. So what now writing this was really hard. But using this, hopefully we understand. Call the clean file function with this file, which by using the DOM theming. So even I come inside an async function. अब ये एक requirement है. दो problems है. One action handle नहीं. Text में dotting goes back. Try catches are same in JavaScript. When you write this try, it means कि इसके अंदर के कोड को रन करने का ट्राई करो. Try to run the code inside. And if there is an error, control should reach here. So in this case, this was now beautiful. Did change promise based performance because we were reading. So beautiful. Let's say something. Let me change the saying was given clean file, already a very nice promisified function that is written. Write a new function, clean a2.txt, a3.txt. If it gets b as an input, it's supposed to clean b1, b2, b3.txt. How would you write this? Even again, you should start with how would I call. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys still see me? Hello, 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 hello. Are we good to go? All right. What I was saying was, given clean file, already a very nice promisified function that is written. Write a new function, clean many files, which takes a prefix as an input, let's say a, and if it gets a as an input, it is supposed to clean a1.txt, a2.txt, a3.txt. If it gets b as an input, it's supposed to clean b1, b2, b3.txt. How would you write this? All clean file for a promisified, and here .txt to function, so I definitely am supposed to return a promise. Pass easy txt prefix plus 3.txt, and then when all three are three times, let's see the a1.txt. Let me all prefix plus 1. Which is the same as the only file we were testing on, but I have written the way to write it. It behaves like इसने एक promise return किया, and I can call dot there and dot catch on it, which is very weird. This function never returned a promise. I have not written return new promise. But what did I say? Async await is just syntactic sugar on top of promises. अंत में this would get converted into a function. To want to create an async function, returns a new promise. This would get converted into a function that returns a new promise. And the same logic that we wrote will just be written for us. So if you want to create an async function on top of other async functions, if you want to create a promisified async function on top of other promisified async functions, it's actually very easy. When you want to create a promisified function on top of non-promisified function, then ये थोड़ा complicated हो जाता है. Clean, when you want to create a promisified function on top of async function on top of other promisified async functions, it's actually very easy. When you want to create a promisified function on top of non-promisified function, then ये थोड़ा complicated हो जाता है. Clean file is a promisified function on top of a bunch of non-promisified functions. Things are a little hard. टेढ़ा मेढ़ा लिखा हुआ है. Returns new promise. Things were very hard. But if I want to write an asynchronous function on top of other asynchronous functions, life is beautiful. Very simple to write. No return new promise, no resolve, no reject. If this rejects, पूरा function reject कर देगा. If this rejects, पूरा function reject कर देगा. If this rejects, पूरा function reject कर देगा. अगर कुछ भी reject नहीं हुआ, I can simply return whatever I want from here. High get rejected. वो तब था जब आप whatever you return from here is what comes over here. You can log it, so on and so forth. So this would be, do this. I did not return new promise. If you write an async function, वो automatically उसमें convert हो जाता है. Writing a it is written, then you do, dot Then the third, calling other functions. Even in defining a function, you can define clean many files like this, or you can define it like this. Of course, the first one is better. तो हकीकत हमेशा ऐसे क्यों नहीं करते? Why do we ever use this? The answer is, if you are under the hood using callback based functions, then you have to do this. This syntax you only write when the other functions you are calling inside are callback based functions. If the other functions you are calling inside are simply, promise based functions, then async await simply works. Do we understand, whatever I've just taught, which is, how do you create that? This gets called meant so easy. This is but in function have a good answer to this. I do know. Here it doesn't generally globally, and also it only works in ESM modules. Fails in common JS. Why? I don't have a good answer to this. I do know it does work globally in some cases. For example, if and await works in global scope without async, but in function it requires async keyword, and also it only works in ESM modules. Fails in common JS. Why? I don't have a good answer to this. I do know it does work globally in some cases. For example, if you initialize a bun file, you can actually write await at the top level. I'm unsure what a good reason for that is. Here it doesn't. Generally, they say, or you will see that at the top level awaits are not allowed. But yes, I've also seen them work. You are mentioning it does work in ESM model. Try catch that. Let's say you've defined, or something like this. Then also it works. So try catch has nothing to do with. Then also, if I pass it a catch में control चल जाता है ना. So shouldn't it be obvious? Yes, it is promise based indeed. Can't we non-promisified clean file now? Because we have used async await now, so logically we made it async. Can't we non-promisified the clean file now? I guess your question is, haven't we non-promisified clean file now because we have used async await now, so logically we made it async. I mean, promisified functions are also async. Callback functions are also async. Async is a more general term. A promise-based function is an asynchronous function call. A callback-based function is also an asynchronous. Phrase it a little better. They have written. First thing I can clearly see is they're not using prefix at all. So maybe that's the error. Clean a 1.txt. So prefix. I mean, a is no variable. I mean, this is what you missed probably. Something like this. A is not a variable unless you've defined it and you've not shown it to me. That doesn't look like it, but a is no variable. It's like writing her. Something like this. Define. We're not using try catch here in async await as well. You should. So if I haven't, then that's on me. यहाँ पे तो ऐसा है कि we don't need to because I think it's then I do. Hello. Yes, it can't we use simple fs.read file function to read file, not inside the promise function because we are calling clean file function through async await. Not inside promise function because below we super 30 questions, I can just talk to directly in the interview, right? पहले हमने clean file function लिखा था. What if I want to call this clean file function on parallel or not? क्या ये तीनों फाइल की cleaning साथ में चाहिए? What if I want to call this clean file function on, a.txt and key cleanings have two options. It will no says the opposite of this, which is, all three start parallelly. What do you think the answer is? Yes or no? After that is done, right like this on want to call promises. So we are calling and to read. It reached here. Block promise. We have only when that is done will it clean a.txt. It will clean a2. You think? Oh, no, man, that's crazy. 50-50. It's like doing fs.call call kar do. If I want, I can wait for its response. कि हाँ भाई हो गया है and print a.txt has. I can do this. But either way, it's not like I said कि after it has been read, उसके बाद do this. If I do this, then yes, first a.txt will be read, cleaned, right, written back to. After that is done, I am starting clean. Yes, उसका print आ जाएगा. Because a1, a2, second one to get cleaned was a2, hence the control is here. The last one, even though this and the first, so सबसे पहले a should have been cleaned, then a1, then a2. But what are the logs? a1, a2, and then a. What does that tell you? All three of them fired simultaneously, and the first one to get cleaned was a1, and hence the control reached here, and this got printed. The second one to get cleaned was a2, hence the control reached here. The last one, even though this started the first, it got cleaned the last. Why? Could be many reasons, right? Operating system busy, file is bigger. Even think of one, many reasons. This will actually always be very random. A1 A2 A1 A2 A2 A1 A. हर बार random है. क्यों? क्योंकि all three of them are firing parallelly, and then whichever one gets cleaned first, वहाँ control हो जाता है, and that can be different if their sizes are the same. But if their sizes were different, one was obviously very big, then of course that would mention more questions. And while chat is happening, let me also do a last poll for the day. More slow. In my laptop, someone has done something, a lot of things. Work machine, you will have to give the full +1 plus fs.write file, and if this asynchronous given pass kar raha, but if everything went, this is to write. Now, how easy this is to write, both do the same thing. And to initialize a bun file, you can actually write a bit at the top level. I'm edit that your YAML synchronous power. In fact, clean file now. I guess your question is, haven't we non-promisified clean file now? Because we have used async await now, so logically we made it async. I mean, promisified functions are also async. Callback functions are also async. Async is This is or not only to start all unprinted by tolerate explain how work. Let's call that at top level awaits are present. टॉप लेवल अवेट वो कह रहा है कि यार आपने ना एक टॉप लेवल अवेट डाल दिया है, आपने अवेट एकदम दिस इज द अप्रोच नंबर 3. नाउ राइटिंग दिस वाज रियली हार्ड बट यू डू वी अंडरस्टैंड अप्रोच 1 2 3 and here I will call clean file 1 node index.js. All life in just calling other functions, even in defining a function, then it throws an error. Negative number. Or you can define it like this. Of course, the first one is better. तो हकीकत हमेशा ऐसे क्यों नहीं करते? Why do we ever use this? But this is to write. Now, how easy is a more general term. Not a variable unless you've defined it and you've not shown it to me, but it doesn't look like it. But
and work with promises. So one way to create a promise is by using the new promise constructor, and incremental promise results handling result is now 4, and then we have one more. All right, so if you guessed one, blog post in the description if you prefer to just read.
If somebody wanted to start in graphics programming, where do they go?
There's a website.
I might have to blur this if I make this into a video. Woo! Well, I'm voting for this. Game of the year.
What's up, CJ? CJ fans, how are you? What are you doing? Oh, they.
Alright, let's see where we're at. Tokyo Spliff joins the stream impromptu around the 6-minute mark. Let's see, what's the file menu? Whoa. I just respawned. Wait, there's spawning player 0 and there's spawning player 1. So is there... Does that mean... Oh, switch... Oh, I'm back to 1. Oh! So I can use the keyboard to switch players between me and 4 people, but now I have to find the other... I died. I want to jump in the water and see if the shark can actually kill you. First, let me see if I can kill the shark. What are you looking at? He actually has a hot girl in his game. She's like model-esque. Good figure, good proportions everywhere. Like right now, W in the chat for the song. He got patched out. Enable all the logging levels. I don't have my Vim motions on here. You know what I love about this main method? It's so simple to understand. Open the window for me to speak to you for a while.
That's all good. Let's do something more, I don't know, something else in the future.
Sure. Sounds good. I'll talk to you later.
I want to tack something on at the end of this video because you caught me off guard. I just woke up you saying you were streaming the engine in 1 hour. Things like what that means is you are writing high performance C++ to send commands to the GPU, and the purpose of those commands is to render an image. But it's really 2 computers. You've got the CPU under the fan here and your GPU here. Now, like the CPU, the GPU is really many, many little computers. But the image on every pixel of code you can run. But the core that by do something so you get good at C++ also. Now, people always ask me why. Why do something so difficult? But the secret is it just gets easier. Like all the programming, the more you do it, the easier it gets. Now, for those people wanting to learn programming, graphics programming is a great way to learn it because you have to go deep. You have to understand what you're doing. And you'll get so good the more you work on your own project. Now, you don't have to pick something complex like a first-person shooter. Just grab some cubes, make a camera you can move with the arrow keys. Like, you will learn so much. Now, the other thing we failed to talk about is what I actually do, and that is program every day. 2 days a week for my job, from bed, and the rest of the time, I sit here, working on my engine. Once a week, I do a live stream, just rant for 12 hours, raw dog as much code as I can get down into that microphone, and just YOLO it. I really enjoy it. I love programming. It's so good for my brain, it's good for my soul. I don't know, I built this little house, runs off solar panels. That's the batteries. Live here in the woods. That's my car, my other car, and hang out here with my goat friends. Where are they? And that's all I have to say. I love programming, I love C++, I love graphics programming. And if any of this stuff looks or sounds interesting to you, you can absolutely learn it. It is so learnable. You just got to put the time in. As CJ says, get cracked, but also be patient. Pick stuff you like to work on and work on it. That's when you fall in love with the craft and create the positive feedback loop in your own brain that makes you addicted to working. And then you get addicted to learning, because that's what you're actually learning. You're learning how to teach yourself how to learn. That's what programming is.
A is no variable. It's like writing.
I could go forever, but thanks
Unless
again,
you
CJ, for checking out
define
my
A
shit.
as something.
Have a beautiful day. Take
Not work,
care.
or, you know, maybe
Peace.
very obviously you missed this. It should also be a string. Why are we not using try file again for a1.txt? Then all promise.race. Let's not do it. Let me also do a last poll for the day. Did we understand everything? Yes or no? Did we understand everything? Yes or no? Pausing chat. Does this particular thing makes functions more slow? Not necessarily. I mean, the answer is no. It does not make things slower. 84%, that's not great. I'll answer a few more questions then. In my laptop, someone has done something, a lot of things. FS read file only explain how work. Let's see. This is what you gave. Oh boy. Oh. Let me copy it. FS read file only explain how work. In my laptop, you should put a Notion doc in here, which I get it. You might be on a Windows machine. What you're saying is, this worked on your machine. You had to give a specific, an absolute path compared to a relay nodes practice. Around 15 will happen, भैया पीछे 2 दिनों से अटका हुआ हूँ. Please help. You guys should practice a lot of promises before the next class. इसके बाद थोड़ा easy हो जाएगा वैसे. As you know, we have sent a lot of assignments. try going through a bunch of these assignments. And next week, or I'll see you guys on Sunday. Bye bye.